Mr. Speaker, it boils down to collaborative work between the Minister of Local Governance, specifically Birth and Death Registry, the Controller and Accountant General, and the Minister for Finance himself. Collectively, everybody is now aware of the need to start the procurement processes early, because it was part of the answer that there was no early start of the procurement process. And you know, it's a new government that has just begun. So clearly, my former leader and my senior, clearly, collaboratively, the problem will be solved. I'm not emphasizing the statement on I believe, but if I don't believe, will I say it? So with your permission, I still believe that it will not happen again.
Yes, Honorable Member for Swami.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, very simple one. Mr. Minister, please, can you confirm to this House that the specialized papers are made in Ghana? And if they are made in Ghana, which I want to believe, what makes it procuring so difficult?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I've clearly stated that the documents are printed by the Controller and Accountant General because they are value documents. And because of that, I may not be able to tell you specifically where they are printed and who print them. But what I know is that they are printed by the Controller, provided to us as a ministry by the Controller and Accountant General.
The last question from Honorable Nana Ejebafo.
Mr. Speaker, it's very difficult to solve a problem without a prognosis. What prognosis is the Honorable Minister giving us? Given that the services are paid for, so what is accounting for this shortage? Mr. Speaker, what is the prognosis?
I think he has answered. Anyway, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, ours is to request from the Minister for Finance and Controller to make sure they are provided to us, which we did, and they have provided.
Professor Nyako, I saw you up. Just let me give you the opportunity.
Mr. Speaker, I was going to find out from my very good friend if there is any financial constraint in this issue. There's any financial constraint, money being a bar to getting the papers. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my very good friend is a former Deputy Minister of Education. And Mr. Speaker, he knows the challenges of ministers. And my very good sister, Honorable Abna Ose Asare, will be in a better position to give answer to this question. Mr. Speaker, in that case, I will not rule out that probability.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, we will turn to the normal questions. And before I do that, kindly indulge me to acknowledge our children who have packed the public gallery. They are Achimota Basic School. Achimota Basic School. Yes. They are being led by Adelaide Kusi Ejapon, who is a teacher, and the school is located at Okaikwe North. Looking at their number, they are 228 in number. I think they are. Who? Oh, you know something? The former Minister of State for Finance, that is the alma mater, and Akuya, the head of table, also went to the same school. So as usual, all of you, the former minister and Akuya, they are going to take care of you. Very well. So you may resume your seat. The second school is Elembele District Science and Maths Quiz winners. Elembele District Science and Maths Quiz winners. They are also being led by Letitia Kwashi, who is the STEM coordinator. And the school is located in the Elembele constituency. Their number is 25. I believe the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources is not here, but we will inform him that you are here. So you may resume your seat. And the last school is Pentecost Preparatory School. Pentecost Preparatory School. Very well. They are also being led by Akazro Stephen, who is also a teacher, and the school is located at Ashaman. Ashaman. The Member of Parliament is not here, and they are also 60 in number. So all of you, you are welcome. I believe you are here to monitor your members of Parliament. You are being urged to go and study, because what you are seeing here should urge you on to go and study hard, so that tomorrow, when we are not here, you also come and occupy here for the good of Ghana. You are welcome, and we wish you a fruitful visit to Parliament of Ghana. Very well, so we will turn to question 163. Question 163. And the question stands in the name of Honorable Member for Wija Bawi, Jelly Ahmed Shaib. Honorable Deputy Whip, you may take the floor and ask your question. Honorable Member for Bolgatanga, what is it? It's what?
I'm mourning. I'm mourning my colleague. Yes.
Yes, Honorable.
And you understand the basis of what I'm wearing because of my question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I first of all want to commend the Minister of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. But, Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs to provide a detailed report on the circumstances surrounding the death of 7 Ghanaian pilgrims during the 2025 Hajj, including the specific causes, measures implemented to ensure pilgrim safety and prevent future occurrences. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in reference to the 2025 Hajj, which is the question posed, I wish to respectfully indicate that a special committee was constituted by the Office of the President under the chairmanship of Honorable Collins Dauda. The committee, per its terms of reference, was to plan, coordinate, execute, manage, and accordingly report on issues related to the 2025 Hajj pilgrimage. In view of the above, I'm unable to respond adequately to the question since the Hajj committee was not directly under my purview. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I heard the Minister say that he cannot adequately respond to because the Hajj committee is not under his purview. But as Cabinet Minister, I want to find out from the Honorable Minister if there have been any discussions at all as to what caused the death of these 7 pilgrims and what responses, what have we done for their respective families, and what have we put in place to prevent such future occurrences. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if you look at the terms and reference of the committee, the Hajj board. It was the committee per its terms of reference was to plan, coordinate, execute, manage, and accordingly report on issues related to the 2025 Hajj. It means that the committee is here to report. And once they have not reported, yet finished their report, I'm under oath. It may not be appropriate for me, Mr. Speaker, to be speculating. If we can exercise restraint, when Honorable Alhaji Collins Dauda's committee present their report, I will adequately brief the House.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Ari.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just in a difficulty to ask my very good friend, Ahmed, the minister responsible for local government, chieftaincy, and religious affairs. Mr. Speaker, I'm just surprised the response from the minister with regards to this question. Even by your ministry, the name alone, Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy, and Religious Affairs. You are the Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy, and Religious Affairs. And they are asking you questions with regards to Hajj. And Hajj is a religious matter, Minister. So, Minister, and you know this, Mr. Speaker, this is very important because recently, among many other pilgrims that were pronounced dead, one of them all of a sudden resurrected. In Medina, the Ghana Hajj board had declared somebody dead, issue a death certificate to the person. The family in Medina performed the funeral of the person 2 days after the person emerged. And Minister, I understand your difficulty, but if you read our standing orders under Order 886, Mr. Speaker, I read Order 886. It says that in the absence, like talking about questions when it's directed to people, and with regards to ministers are to respond to questions, members or head of independent constitutional body. So when you are now telling us that in your response, Honorable Collins Dauda is to respond, the Hajj Task Force is not an independent constitutional body. It is either the minister who's supposed to respond to this question. So, Minister, I am very, I don't know whether you are dodging this question, whether you don't want to respond, to an extent that the Hajj Task Force will pronounce someone dead, the person resurrects, and you cannot account to us what causes the death and why that happened. Minister. So you are the right person to answer the question. So, Mr. Speaker, I think you should either guide us or direct us as to who should respond to this question. And I think that it is the minister responsible for local government, chieftaincy, and religious affairs who has to answer this question. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the context of his question, we are aware that my colleague here, Majority Leader, Jerry Ahmed, asked a question, and the question was that it was very clear that the Minister for Local Governance, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs to provide detailed report on circumstances surrounding the death of the 7 pilgrims during the 2025 Hajj, including specific causes, measures implementing to ensure pilgrim safety. And the minister is saying he cannot answer this question. Now, who is supposed to answer this question?
Honorable member, the minister has responded that the committee responsible for it was set by the president, and he has not been given any brief to come and respond to. So I think he has answered the question. Let's find out who is actually responsible and probably bring him here to respond.
Mr. Speaker, if you look at, he provided something on page 10 of our order paper, and he concluded by saying that in view of, he said, Mr. Speaker, in reference to the 2025 Hajj, which is imposed, I wish to specifically indicate that the special committee was constituted by the Office of the President under the chairmanship of Honorable Collins Dauda. The committee, per its terms of reference, was to plan, coordinate, execute, manage, and accordingly report the issue related to 2025 Hajj. In view of the above, I am unable to respond adequately to this question.
Honorable Habib.
Speaker, who's supposed to respond to this question?
If he's not responsible, how can he come to answer? Yes, Honorable
Mr.
Majority
Speaker,
Leader.
His ministry, Mr. Speaker, his ministry Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy, and Religious
Honorable
Affairs. And you
Habib.
cannot ask him religious affairs questions. Amen.
Honorable Habib, please.
Deliberately refusing to allow you to take charge. We can't continue behaving this way. You are speaker, and the speaker has been signaling you. He wants to get your attention. And you refuse deliberately, ignoring him. Please, this is not the right thing to do. You saw it. There's no way you say you didn't see the speaker. There's no way, please.
Leader, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, let's stop this. The minister has given you his answer. You can either be satisfied or dissatisfied. But Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that has happened in a foreign country. There is a mission there. The mission is under the Minister for Foreign Affairs, not the Minister for Religions. There is a Minister for Foreign Affairs. If anything happens outside this country, the proper person to answer to this House is the Minister for Foreign Affairs. So you are all over the place, and how can he say, I'm trying to guide you, then you won't allow yourself to be guided? You won't allow yourself to be guided. Mr. Speaker, I cannot account for two of my pilgrims. Two of them. As we speak, I can show you my phone. I'm calling our consular officer there to help us to find out where they are. Because some of them are very old people. You go to an event where there are over 1 million people attending. They are not educated. They don't speak the local language. They don't speak Arabic. So it's becoming very challenging. This is the first time many of them are venturing outside Ghana. So sometimes when they get there, they get mixed up with delegations from other countries. You know, some fall sick and they can't find them. They've gone to the hospital. So when after the Hajj, we cannot account for our people, the Minister for Foreign Affairs is the person we should be working with. And for the Minister for Religions, yes, you can draw his attention. What are you talking about? I am saying, listen carefully. The Hajj Committee is not set up by the Minister for Local Government. The Hajj Committee is set up by the President, the Office of the President, not by the Minister for Local Government and Religious Affairs. I have always said that perhaps it is time for this House, as a parliament and also as a country, for us to have a legislation on Hajj instead of it just being a committee. But I think also that whatever it is, when there's an issue in a foreign country, you call your Minister for Foreign Affairs to answer. But he's giving you his answer. Why are you insisting that he must give you an answer that he says he doesn't have? Why? And he's not even the person asking the main question. Follow-up question, and then you are taking us on such a roundabout exercise.
Well, honorable members, I think the minister, do you want to say something? Okay. A question has already been asked, and so.
Mr. Speaker, before the minister concludes, if we allow this, Mr. Minister, thank you very much, my brother. If we allow this to slip, it will not be good for us. Mr. Speaker, if you organize a religious pilgrimage, it is your duty to report whatever has happened today back to the people of Ghana. Foreign Affairs may assist you, but it's not the duty of Foreign Affairs to account for the people who are missing. It's your duty, the duty of the committee. The minister is saying that the committee is not reporting to him. I'm not going to argue with that. But I'll be very surprised that the committee is not reporting to him, because you are in charge of religious affairs. And the Hajj is a sacred religious affair. It is one of your major duties. So, Minister, if they have taken away the Hajj duties from you, please go and collect it back. It's not your duty. You cannot come and tell this House that the Hajj is not under you. It is one of the most sacred religious affairs of the Muslim community. So it is under you. But, Mr. Speaker, it is the Hajj board that should come and report to us and account for the people they send outside Ghana. Foreign Affairs can only assist them. But it's not the duty of the foreign minister to come and tell this House what has happened to each and every one. It is the duty of that committee. So
They would assist you, but they don't report to this house, and they cannot report to this house. They did not process them. They did not process them. They did not write their names. They never received any money from them. They cannot account for them. Yeah. I'm not heckling you. I'm not heckling you. You know that 10 years ago when I was here, sitting down here, and you were, where were you? I think somewhere here. You were not doing that to me. Were you? You were not doing that to me, leader. So please, relax.
Leader, take some of this.
But leader, Mr. Speaker, it is the duty of the committee to come and report to Ghana the people they sent and sent back. It's just like telling the Minister for Defense that, well, you send people to war, they died there, and so the foreign minister should come and report. How? It's not possible. How? It's you. You send the people. You have a duty to report to the families. You have a duty to report to the community and to the people of Ghana who you sent and who reported back. It's not a duty of the foreign minister. They will assist you. It's their duty to assist, like how to assist any other Ghanaian who died. It's like foreign is like the Minister of Education sending students abroad and come and say foreign minister should come and report. It is not. Or sports minister sending supporters to Gabon, or sending supporters to Nigeria, or the United States next year, and come and say that, oh, foreign affairs should come and report. No, it's your duty as the supervising minister to do it. But I want to advise my brother, if Hajj is not under you, please make sure Hajj gets under you, because that's one of your major duties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, truly, we are the people's representatives. And we have the power of the purse in this house. Mr. Speaker, the budget that was approved by this house to my ministry did not include Hajj. And Mr. Speaker, I didn't question, simply because throughout, we all know that my former ministers of religious and chieftaincy affairs did not oversight Hajj. During the first MPP administration, it was Sheikh Isikwe. He was not the Minister for Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. During the previous Nana-Addo administration, it was Honorable, my brother Ben Abdallah. When Honorable Asamoah Boateng was the Minister for Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, Ben Abdallah was the one who was in charge of Hajj. So forming a Hajj committee to be supervised by an Honorable Alhaji Collins Dauda was to follow the already existing structures that were happening. And that's why I didn't question. But, Mr. Speaker, if it is the view of Parliament that in approving the budget for the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, you allocate money for Hajj and bring it under me, Mr. Speaker, why will I say no? But remember, if a president who appoints you also set up a committee and give responsibility to somebody, and you say that they should give it to you, and he decides to say, I'm taking everything from you, Mr. Speaker, where will I stand? So clearly, progressively, this house has assisted us in the governance architecture of this country. When we were here, even Council of State was under office of the president. It took some of us to make sure they had their independent budget, and we brought an act to do that. So clearly, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Alhaji Collins Dauda, if the way we were talking, we had been consistent, technically, he himself would have been here. It is not that we are dodging accountability. He came, we spoke, I brought him here, Alhaj, this is the question that has come. Can we all collaborate and answer it? He said, oh, Honorable, I have spoken to Habib, I have spoken to Jerry. So this is something we are all trying to come out with a report. But he is not done. But our standing orders permit a member to be asked questions. Alhaji Collins Dauda is a member of this house. So if the standing orders permit that a member could be asked questions, he could have been asked. But as a minister, if he finished the report and bring it to me, I can bring it to you. But I didn't go to Saudi. I didn't go anywhere. So if I sit here, because I'm the minister, I'm coming to conjecture and tell you things, you know I may not be right. And in briefing Parliament, you must be on point. You are asking this question to help this country to prevent further reoccurrence. But if you don't get the facts, how will you be able to do that? So clearly, Mr. Speaker, once a report has not yet been submitted, but a report will be submitted, let's exercise restraint. When that report is submitted by Colin Dowdell's committee, then we can come and brief you appropriately. And Habib, me, even though I'm the minister, but you work closely with the Hajj board more than my good self. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. We turn to question 76. Question 76. Leader, let's move on. Let's move on. Question 76. Question 76.
Mr. Speaker, I have listened to the local government minister, who is also in charge of chieftaincy and religious affairs. His response to our colleague, Honorable Habib, and the intervention by the majority leader. Mr. Speaker, the path he is directing us to is quite a difficult path. That you are a minister with responsibility. And now you're telling us that there is a member of parliament who is responsible for that agency. Well, for want of a better word, a secretariat, agency, whatever, a board, a committee, a presidential committee. But the presidential committee must have a minister with oversight. It cannot be, unless you're saying that because it's a presidential committee, we should invite Mr. President, which we cannot. So, Honorable Minister, look at it again. Look at it again. As for the issue of we should invite the foreign minister because it happened in a foreign country, we know how some people will take their jurisprudence to when they are in a tight corner. They will deliberately frown to create a certain jurisprudence. Mr. Speaker, I'm addressing the majority leader.
Leader, can he invite you?
Mr. Speaker.
And you've taken the invitation.
No, it's important, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, very well.
Since he has invited me, let me educate him. Mr. Speaker, our standing orders are very clear about questions. It says that 77, a minister, a member, or the head of an independent constitutional body shall, by order of the House, attend a sitting of the House to answer a question. A member. So when a member is entrusted with any public responsibility, that member can be invited by any of you to come here and answer questions regarding that responsibility.
Yeah.
So the minister is telling you that your member has been appointed to be responsible for organizing the Hajj. So if you have a problem with the Hajj, invite that member to come and answer questions because your own standing orders gives you that right. So you can. Why do you invite? No? It is in the standing order unless you are interpreting the standing orders in a different way. Listen carefully. 78. A question may be asked of a member in respect of a bill, motion, or other public matter connected with the business of the House or which the member is responsible
which the member is responsible. Mr. Speaker, of which the member is responsible. My understanding of a member being responsible in respect of any public matter, when a committee is established and that member is in charge, then that member is responsible. And if we need information about that public matter, we can invite that member. Why are we seeking to restrict our powers? Our standing orders give us those powers. Why are we seeking to restrict them? I disagree that it must be a matter that is strictly related to Parliament. No. If that member is responsible for any public matter, we can invite the member to come and then give us the information. You want authentic information, credible information from the original source. And the member is allowed to give you that information. Why you say no? I will not ask that member that question. I would rather go and ask a sector minister to come and answer the question. So the sector minister should go and get the information from that person and come and give me. So I think that this matter is very clear.
Thank you. Thank you. I think.
Mr. Speaker, it's good we get the president's right. So, for instance, Honorable Adongo is a member of the Bank of Ghana board. If there is a matter regarding BOG, from the interpretation given, we can ask, correct? The majority leader says yes. Please pay attention to the majority leader. Don't be in a hurry to oppose me. He says yes. So, Honorable Majority Leader, you are chair for CMC. So if we need any matter on CM Cocoa Marketing Company, we can file a question, then you will come and answer. Would you mount the dispatch box too? Okay, very well. Mr. Speaker, I think that the precedents, no, don't worry, Mr. Speaker, I think the precedents must be on record. Yes. The majority leader has made an application. He has given an interpretation. Mr. Speaker, we on this side are not opposed to the application. We need you to pronounce on it so that we bring the matter to a peaceful rest. With that interpretation, and I know the first deputy speaker is now chairman of a board, SIC. Yes. So if there is any matter regarding SIC from this, we can invite him. The deputy majority leader is a chair for GRA. So any issue regarding GRA, we can invite him. National premix. Don't worry. No problem. That's all. It's okay. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this is not a big deal at all. This new precedents will guide us. So, Mr. Speaker, please pronounce on it.
Well.
Yes.
Well. Honourable members.
Let the records capture.
Honourable members, I think this is a very simple matter. Once the standing orders is clear about it, a member can be brought here. Once we know he is asked to do certain duties, we can bring that member here to respond to any issue, any question relating to that particular issues. So long as the Hajj Committee was placed under Honorable Collins Dauda, fortunately he's a member of the House, I think the question will have to be redirected to him to come and... Whose application?
Mr. Speaker,
which application are you talking about?
By the majority leader.
To the extent of what?
To the extent, his argument, Mr. Speaker, I am interested in this precedent. Mr. Speaker, I'm interested in this precedent. It is his case that upon proper reading of orders 77 and 78, to the extent that a member of this chamber has been given a public responsibility, in his view, a proper interpretation of this provision would mean that you don't need to route your question through the minister, and that you can file a question directed at that member to come directly and answer. So, for instance, he being the chair for Cocoa Marketing Company, if you need any information about Cocoa Marketing Company, you can forward the question for him to come and answer, because he's been entrusted with a public responsibility at Cocoa Marketing Company. We refer to Honorable Adongo and then the board chair of SIC and all, and he's saying that the reading of the Order 77 and 78, that should be the right interpretation. And I'm saying that our side of, so your ruling is that, Mr. Speaker, let the records state the correct language.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Yes.
It is captured in our standing orders. The rules are clear about
That's
it.
what Mr. Speaker is giving a meaning. So you capture it so that we know the precedents.
Anyway, I don't think there's any application for ruling. Let me listen to Honorable First Deputy Speaker.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I agree that the rules are very clear. We know that by practice, when a president of a country forms a committee to perform a task, that committee doesn't report to a minister. The committee reports directly to the president. Right, Honorable Speaker, on that note, the answer provided by the minister responsible for local government, chieftaincy, and religious affairs is in place. So, right, Honorable Speaker, the issue of whether a chairperson of a board who is a member of parliament can be brought to this house to answer questions is neither here nor there. Right, Honorable Speaker, sometimes we should be careful as members of parliament urging upon speakers presiding over the house to make certain rulings. We should not behave as if we are trapping or setting a trap for the person presiding. So, Right, Honorable Speaker, I will urge upon the House that the answer as provided by the minister responsible for local government, chieftaincy, and religious affairs is apt and it solves the problem in the circumstances, having agreed that when a president forms a committee to perform a task, that committee does not report. That is why we have a minister responsible for communication. So, Mr. Speaker, we must, government communication. So, Mr. Speaker, we must be very careful and direct our questions appropriately.
Thank you, Honorable First Deputy Speaker. Honorable members, I think this is a matter that we don't need to split our hairs on. The minister has responded. He says that committee set by the president was placed under somebody. So, likely that, fortunately, that person is also a member of parliament. So it's just a matter of redirecting the question to the person to come and respond to us. I think we need to bring a closure to this particular leader.
Mr. Speaker, since this house is a house of records, when certain statements are made and an appropriate answer is not provided to, it stays in the record as though that's a success and it's right. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member who spoke, though he did not directly address the concerns I raised, he implied that my request to you to pronounce on the matter amount to setting a trap for you. Mr. Speaker, never. Let the facts remain sacred. It was a majority leader who, through his intervention, made an interpretation to the rules 77 and 78 and invited you to acknowledge, saying, I got up on my feet to say that, well, if that is what he's saying, it means that if you were a board chair, then and a member of this house, a question would then have to be filed for you to come and answer, to the extent that you have been entrusted with the responsibility to undertake. Those were the views of the majority leader and not mine. I wanted clarity, and it's the reason why I said, Mr. Speaker, if that is becoming the precedence, then you should pronounce on it. That is not a trap. That is not a trap. The majority leader made an interpretation. He himself said, even he as a cocoa marketing company chair, if there is a matter under his responsibility, a question can be filed for him to come and answer. I'm sure the member did not hear the majority leader. He only heard mine. So let's be fair to the facts. Mr. Speaker, I want you to pronounce on this matter. You have the discretion. I heard you say that it was not an application. Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, but my little understanding of the phrase an application is to the effect that to the extent that a member has invited the chair to give a meaning and agree with him on a matter, the chair has a discretion to decline or uphold that view. And on this occasion, you upheld the view. So let the records reflect.
Honorable Minority Leader, I think the standing orders, it is clear in the standing orders. The 77 that the majority leader read is so clear. And I don't think we need to be labeled on this particular issue. Honorable Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, can we move on?
Come again.
Let's not belabor this point. Let's move on. If he asks his questions, the Speaker will decide whether to admit or not admit the questions. So let's move on. If you admit that he should ask the question, he wants to ask a question, if you admit that the minister should answer the question, then he will answer. But you have already ruled that so far as you are concerned, the minister has given a satisfactory answer. So let's move on. We can't spend the whole day on this petty matter.
Very well. So I've directed that the owner of the question should redirect the question to the chairman of the Hajj board. I think the questions, the information we want to solicit, the chairman will come and give it to the House. So let's turn to question 76. It stands in the name of a member for Zabzugu, Honorable Alasan Umar. Honorable, the minister is around. You may ask your question now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your leave, I want to withdraw the question. Thank you.
You want to withdraw the question?
Yes. Thank you.
Very well. So leave is granted. If that is the question is hereby accordingly withdrawn. So we turn to question 110. 110. And that question stands in the name of a member for Achoma Impunia, Honorable Seth Osei Akoto.
Thank you.
Leader, hold on.
Mr. Speaker, a week ago I raised an issue about question time in this House. Question time. Order 77-2. Mr. Speaker, it says that question time shall ordinarily not exceed 1 hour, except that the Speaker may permit a question after the expiration of the time stated. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want us to begin to organize ourselves according to the time allotments in terms of the order of business in this House, so that we know we're going to spend 1 hour on questions, so that we don't come and then we spend 3 hours on questions when there is substantive government business So I don't think that we will continue with this habit where government business suffers, whilst just ordinary questions get the greatest attention. So let's keep to the 1 hour question time.
Honorable Majority Leader, I think with this, leadership and speakership should discuss this matter. I think it's not a straightforward thing. At times, the table that planned the questions also load a lot of questions on the other paper to the extent that 1 hour definitely will be difficult to handle. And at times, the supplementary questions, those kind of. So that's why I'm saying, let's sit as a group and discuss this matter together.
But that is why people should know that you can't ask one question and then ask unlimited number of supplementary questions, and then deliver lectures and make statements in the process leading to asking supplementary questions. People have to be disciplined about it, because if we don't tame question time, then the whole business of parliament then turns around question time. And then government business suffers.
Leader, incidentally, you are the chairman of the business committee. Yes. Let's look around it.
No. Yes, I'm just mentioning it. The clerk is here. Clerks at table are also here. That they should be mindful of how many questions to schedule. They should be mindful of how many questions to schedule, because we wouldn't allow this practice where we use 3 hours, 4 hours, just asking and then asking supplementary questions, and everybody wants to ask a supplementary question, and then people give lectures, whilst asking supplementary questions and etc. It's 1 hour. That's what our standing orders say. 1 hour. And we can't have this situation where in a day we will line up 7 ministers of state to leave government business and come and sit so that we can ask them whatever questions that we want to ask them. That's not what the standing orders envisage. Under exceptional circumstances, you are given the discretion to allow a question after the 1 hour. But it can't be the practice. It cannot.
Yes, Honorable Minority Whip.
Speaker, if you may permit me to make some observations. And clearly, the majority leader is displaying some pains.
He's displaying?
Pains. He's in pains. Okay. Because he's of the view that we unnecessarily drag question time. I think this advice goes to the House, all of us. And Speaker, incidentally, the majority leader chairs the business committee. So when we are programming the questions, all of us should take that into cognizance. I don't think anybody will come to this House, question time, and intentionally or on plan be addressing the House. Order 88, the provisions of Order 88 is clear. On this occasion, a matter comes up, and this is helping us to build our parliamentary jurisprudence. The minister has given answers. Colleagues have other perspectives. These perspectives that are being brought to bear is helping us build our parliamentary jurisprudence. We don't need to show too much regret about it. And Speaker, it is the presiding member, Speaker, the one who is presiding at the end of the day, would have the right to decide. Because ordinarily, it says the order says ordinarily 5 hours. So at any point in time T, we can bring this up to the attention of the one presiding. And then the presiding person would exercise his discretion. Majority Leader, I don't think you need to worry yourself too much. We will not come to obstruct government business. In any case, there have been days that the order paper is so skeletal, no government business. Even today, tell me how many government business we have advertised here. None. So it is not the case that somebody is intentionally obstructing government business. Bring the business of government and we'll help you to prosecute them. Yesterday, for instance, the local government minister was here. All his papers, a number of them, we helped him to lay them. So, Majority Leader, Mr. Majority Leader, don't cast innuendos unduly. We are here to help you prosecute government business. But you must also wash your hands clean. And you must get your house in order. If you don't bring the programs, how do we get them prosecuted? Today, as I'm just repeating myself, in this order paper, we have businesses program that have been on the order paper for months. Months. And when you compare, they say, oh, we are making an amendment, we are incorporating an amendment. The Cocoa Board report, it's been there for months, more than a month. What are you going to say about that? So they should get clinical. And don't put the blame on anybody. If you cannot carry your load, don't blame anybody else.
Thank you. Honorable Sakoto, please, let's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, when work will resume on the construction of the Youth Resource Center at Nyinahini, the district capital. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, my checks from the Achumang-Punya Municipal Assembly indicate that the Youth Resource Center project at Nyinahin was awarded by the National Youth Authority, NYA, under the then Ministry of Youth and Sports in April 2018 to be completed in February 2019 and has since been abandoned. In view of this, I wish to suggest that the question is redirected to the appropriate ministry for appropriate response. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Minister, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Minister for the suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Return to question 173. Question 173. And it stands the name of a member for Ododio, Honorable Afredni Kote Ashi. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs for a comprehensive update on the stalled Salaga Market redevelopment project. Thank you.
Very well, Honorable Member, Honorable Minister, Salaga Market.
Mr. Speaker, in 2019, the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs engaged Beaver Consult as a design and supervising consultant for urban projects in respect with Urban Development Grant 3, UDG 3, under the Ghana Secondary City Support Program. Under the Ghana Secondary City Support Program, East Gonya Municipal Assembly Mrs. Mahum's Company Limited was procured by the East Gonya Municipal Assembly. The first phase of the construction of the one-story...
Hold on, is it East Gonya?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
But I think the questioner is talking about Ododio, isn't it?
Mr. Speaker, you are right. When my ministry saw Salaga, they wrote to Salaga, as we know, for the response. So if I may ask and seek the leave of the House, that Salaga Market in Ododio is not Salaga from the northern region, for the question to be reprogrammed, for us to leave Salaga constituency and come to the Salaga Market in Accra. There has been name confusion about the name. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. So, Honorable Member, did you get him?
Yes, Honorable Speaker. I know there are two markets, one in Ododio and one far in Salaga. Yes, please.
Well. So, let's do the correction with respect to the questions.
Okay, Honorable Speaker.
Well.
Thank you.
So, let's turn to question 174. Question 174. And Honorable Alfred Nikote, you still have the floor to ask 174.
Thank you once again, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs the specific measures the ministry is implementing to enhance fire safety infrastructure in major markets such as the Rawlings Park, Timber Market, Makola Market, and Kantamanto. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I indicated during my recent appearance in this August House to answer questions about a similar thing, if not the same question, the government initiated a process to construct modern market with ancillary facilities such as crèche, clinic, lorry park, storage facilities, police, fire service posts, and a 24-hour economy agenda. This remains a commitment of our government and the ministry to ensure that our markets meet these standards. Consistent with this, government through the guidelines for the utilization of the DACF directed all MMDAs to allocate 25% of their share of the 2025 District Assembly Common Fund to construct model market. Evidence of this are subsequently provided to all 275 honorable members in this House as requested. Mr. Speaker, the ministry is making effort to direct all MMDAs to consider the installation of fire safety equipment and functional fire hydrant within their major market for efficient and timely firefighting operations. Going forward, the MMDAs will be requested to establish and maintain unobstructed access routes to allow for the swift movement of emergency services in case of future fire outbreak. Additionally, MMDAs will be directed to deepen collaboration with the Electricity Company of Ghana to conduct routine assessment and periodic inspection of electrical systems as well as structural components to identify and rectify potential hazards promptly in all markets within their areas of jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, you will agree with me that educating the traders in our market across the country can also play an important role in mitigating the risk of fire outbreak. Hence, the ministry intends directing all MMDAs to collaborate with the Ghana National Fire Service to organize periodic stakeholder engagement and educational campaigns for traders on fire prevention strategies. Mr. Speaker, proper use of firefighting equipment and emergency response procedure. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes, honorable member, any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, the good people of Ododo are satisfied with the answer. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you very much. So, honorable members, return to question 193. Question 193. And it stands in the name of a member for Ahafwano Southwest, Honorable Elvis Osemen Sadapa.
Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 8083, and I have the authorization of the honorable member.
Very well. Go ahead. Your application is granted. Go ahead and.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy, and Religious Affairs the action the ministry is taking to rectify and facilitate the immediate formal commissioning of the Mankranso ICG block, which was completed after 12 years of being abandoned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the construction of one number 3 unit KG classroom block with office at Mankranso Methodist Primary School in the Ahafwano Southwest District was initiated by the school and the church in 2011, which the District Assembly supported with bags of cement for the project to lintel level in 2015. Subsequently, the school and the church in 2024 appealed to the stakeholders, including the Assembly, the MPP parliamentary candidate, and others for support to complete the classroom block. The District Assembly intervened based on the request. The District Assembly intervened based on the request supported with 15 packets of roofing sheets for roofing of the KG project. Mr. Speaker, the then MPP parliamentary candidate, now Honorable Member of Parliament for the Ahafwano Southwest constituency, Honorable Elvis Osemen Dapa, also assisted with resources to ensure the completion of the project in the latter part of 2024. In March 2025, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable MP organized to commission the project solely to the credit without the involvement of other stakeholders who contributed to the successful completion of the project. A decision the other contributors protested and drew my colleague, Honorable MP's attention to that. It will be appropriate that all stakeholders who contributed to the successful completion of the project be informed of the event, to be present and duly acknowledged during the commissioning. Mr. Speaker, to resolve this contestation, the management of the Ahafano Southwest District Assembly constituted a 5-member committee to propose a suitable date and time for the commissioning of the project, ensuring that all stakeholders were present for recognition and acknowledgement. However, the committee is yet to submit its report on the commissioning and for consideration and for further action. Mr. Speaker, information available to me from the District Assembly indicate that the school children are currently using the classroom for effective teaching and learning, awaiting the official commission. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Hillary. Yes. Honorable Member.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Can the Honorable Minister provide some timelines that will guide the committee so that they don't delay the commissioning unduly? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thankfully, the then parliamentary candidate is now a colleague of ours. It's a matter of me engaging him and calling the DCE. Once the children are utilizing the facility, we'll call them to make sure that we expedite action on the commission of for everybody to be duly recognized and accredited.
Thank you. So let's turn to question 239. Honorable Member for Eurokrobo, Honorable Abetetenya Kote. Honorable Nyakote. Is Honorable Nyakote around? So, is anybody taking a question on his behalf? Well. So, the answer has been printed on the other paper. So, Honorable Member, when he comes, he can check the answers. So, we turn to question 246. 246. A member for Sunafunov, Honorable Haruna Mohammed. Okay, the next question is not very well. So, Honorable Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, on behalf of the House, let me thank you for making time to respond to your own colleagues. We thank you and you hereby discharge.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, since we've held him for the whole afternoon, if we could just vary the order of business and have him lay the reports itemized 9B. They are all reports from the minister, so if they could all be mentioned at once so that he will take a bow and then we can discharge him. And then the Minister for Youth and Sports the Minister for Sports and Recreation will come and then answer his questions.
Very well. So, honorable members, minority leadership. An application has been made to vary the...
No objection.
Very well. So, honorable members, let's turn to page 3, presentation of papers, and specifically, let's deal with 9B, which is in page 4, 9B. So, Honorable Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, you may do as the honors. No, at the commencement of the public business, we will handle that. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I thought leave has been sought for me to buy once, then you combine.
But bow again.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the GhanaWest Municipal Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Mion District Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Kajebi District Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ningo Prampram District Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Pru West District Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the German South Municipal Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Lejekuku Municipal Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Tema Metropolitan Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Atebubu Amanten Municipal Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Biakuya District Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Fantiakwa North District Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the New Jabin North Municipal Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Yellow Krobo Municipal Assembly for the year 2024.
Honorable members, the statement listed in page 4, that is BI, BII, III, IV, VVI, VII, VIII, IX, XSI, XII, XIII, XIV have been duly presented. They are to be referred to the Committee on Local Government for consideration and report.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Leader.
I don't know in any numerical exercise where we have IV.
I remember my Form 1 Roman numerals.
So I know Roman numeral 1, Roman numeral 2, Roman numeral 3. Mr. Speaker, that's what I know. But after IV, IIX, I'm not aware of those ones. So,
thank you very much. So, Honorable, you go back to questions, and we will respectfully invite the Minister responsible for Sports and Recreation, Honorable Kofi Adams, to take the appropriate chair. Yes, honorable members. So the question 239, which was asked or filed by Euro Krobo, Honorable Abetete Nyakote, was supposed to be directed to Minister for Sports. So he's still not here, so we move to question 246. Honorable Haruna Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Sports and Recreation.
Honorable Member, hold on. So, question 293, which 239, which stands in the name of Honorable Dr. Abetete Nyakote, member for Eurocrobo. He's not here. I direct that the question be assumed as asked and the answer, which has been printed on the other paper, who should just ask? So I direct that the question and the answer that has been printed Honorable members, the direction is that the answer has been printed in the other paper, so we presume that the question has been answered. So we turn to question 246. Yes, Honorable Halina Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Sports and Recreation the cost and source of funding for the MIM and GOSO astroturfs.
A MIM and GOSO astroturf. Honorable Kofi Adams. AstroTurfs. Kofi, you have to do some AstroTurfs. So.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, examination of data available in the Ministry of Sports and Recreation indicates that the GOSO AstroTurf was constructed by the government of Ghana at a cost of 4,240,337 Ghana cedi, 50 pesos. However, the MIM AstroTurf was sponsored and constructed by a private entity of which government of Ghana had no resource commitment in terms of funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable member, this is constituency specific, so I'll give you the opportunity to ask supplementary questions. No, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think there's no supplementary question. I'm satisfied with the initial response from the minister.
You are satisfied with the answer?
Exactly.
Very well.
Exactly.
So we turn to question 247. Honorable member, you have another question. 247.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise once again to ask the Minister for Sports and Recreation whether the MIM AstroTurf is for the government of Ghana or a personal project of the former member of Parliament.
Minister, did you hear the question? You heard the question? Okay, then. Minister, have you seen the way?
Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Sports and Recreation envisions the construction of many AstroTurfs across the country within the allowance of its budget allocations. The aim is to promote inclusivity in Ghana's sports development, enhance international competitiveness and recognition, as well as nature talents among the youth at the grassroots level. The MIM AstroTurf in the Asunafo North is not owned by the ministry. I would therefore request my good friend, the Honourable Member of Parliament for Asunafo North, to redirect the question to the Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs for the needed responses.
So questions are being shifted from. Very well. So, Honourable Member, please redirect your question to the Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. Yes.
Mr. Speaker,
Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I sense a certain kind of lack of candor here. I say so because in the minister's own response to us, he was clear to have said that I would therefore request my good friend, the Honourable Member of Parliament for Asunafo North, to redirect the question to the Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. In the previous response that he gave, he said that it was a private individual who constructed that AstroTurf. My question to him is that how did he know that it was a private individual who constructed that AstroTurf? I sense a certain lack of candor here.
That's your ranking.
Was supposed to be able to do that.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Speaker, thank you very much. Records available at the ministry indicates the construction was not done and financed by government, but individual and private persons do sponsor AstroTurfs at the assembly levels. And when they do so, the assembly will have the detailed records and will know ownership. A private person may construct, but the ownership may be in the local assembly's hands. So it's only the local government and minister who can tell whether the assembly owns it or not, and not the sports ministry. Thank you.
Well, I take your question. I take your answer. Honorable members, the first question was to ask the minister the cost and source of funding. So if he's saying it's somebody, private person who is doing it, it means he doesn't know the source of funding. But the second question was to ask the Minister for Sports whether the main AstroTurf is for government of Ghana or the personal project of a former member of parliament. And he has also responded, I think it's okay. This constituency specific, honorable member for Kwadaso, I beg of you. So, honorable members, honorable member for Bium and Minister for Sports and Recreation, on behalf of the House, let me thank you for coming to respond to your colleagues' questions. We thank you, hereby discharge. Yes, leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to seek your indulgence again to get a permission for us to return back to the commencement of public business. By this time, we look at 9C. For the Minister for Sports and Recreation to lay a paper, 9C.
Okay. What about 9D? Well. So, honorable members, let's turn to page 5. Item listed 9C by the Minister for Sports and Recreation. Honorable Minister, may you do us the honors.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ministry of Youth and Sports for the year 2024.
Honorable members, the statement has been duly presented. The statement is to be referred to the Committee on Youth and Sports for consideration and report. Member, are you going on with the D and okay?
Thank you very much. That's what we just done. You should brief you.
Mr. Speaker, I wish the majority leader was seated. Yes. Yesterday, he was not here. Businesses that were advertised in his name, applications were made for us to stage a compromise. We did stage compromised. And it was laid for and on his behalf. The health minister was not in the house. We agreed, and it was done. So I wish the majority leader is here. When he says we are wasting too much time on question time and all that, it appears to me that he himself is not being clinical on government business. He should focus on government business and make sure that they put on the order paper businesses that they are ready to be prosecuted. You just laid a paper. You didn't tell me, but you see me, I'm cool. Oh. I'm a man of peace. We here, we love peace. You didn't tell me. You just winked. That's not how we lay papers. You just wink your eye. Is that how to lay a paper? Anyway, no problem. You proceed. When the time comes and we also call on you to compromise, I hope you will do.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this House.
Okay.
Come back. Yes, Mr. Speaker. So I want to seek your leave to ask the Minister for Sport and Recreation to do 9D on behalf of the Minister for Energy and Green Transition.
What about E? But what about the E? I'm saying, what about the E?
Mr. Speaker, I'm doing one after the other.
Very well.
Because I'm seeking different permission for you to be able to allow.
Very well. 9D.
Speaker, you see, another compromise. We will give it to you. Let him do it. Go ahead and do it. No, there's no problem.
Yes, Minister, may you do that?
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Petroleum Hub Development Corporation for the year 2024.
Honourable members, the statement has been duly presented. I direct that the statement is forwarded to the Committee on Energy for consideration and report. What about the E?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I seek your leave again to ask the Minister for Sports and Recreation to do 9E on behalf of the Minister of State in charge of government communication. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable.
Annual report of the Right to Information Commission for the year 2024.
Honourable members, the statement has been duly presented. The statement is directed to be referred to the Committee on Constitutional Legal Affairs for consideration and report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we now return back to item number 8 on the other paper, and that is to do with statements. I think the Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs is here to brief the House. Thank you.
So, honourable members, item 8 on the other paper, statements. And we have advertised a statement on the paper by the Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. I mean, he wants to brief us on the recent demolition of properties at the Sokumono Ramsa site. So, Honourable Minister, the podium is yours now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was summoned by the Business Committee of the House last week to appear before the House today at 2 p.m. and make this statement I'm going to make. So the statement is upon request from the House.
I'm sorry. Minister, you were not summoned by the Business Committee. The Business Committee made proposal to plenary, and it was a decision of the House that you should come. It is not Business Committee. Please correct yourself, with respect.
Well. Business Committee cannot ask you to come. It's the House that summoned you.
Honorable Mr. Speaker, the end of the matter is that I was summoned by the House.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, there was a demolition exercise on 27th May 2025 at the Sakumono Ramsa site, located within Tema West municipality in the Greater Accra region. This exercise forms part of a broader initiative aimed at protecting critical wetlands, mitigating perennial flooding, and enforcing spatial environmental planning regulations in accordance with national legislation and international commitment occasioned by this House. Mr. Speaker, the Sakumono Ramsa site, also known as Sakumono Lagoon, is designed as a wetland of international importance under the Ramsa Convention, to which Ghana became a signatory in 1988. The site covers approximately 1,400 hectares and serves as a vital ecological zone, providing essential functions such as flood regulation, biodiversity support, habitat for migratory birds, and livelihood opportunities for surrounding communities. However, over the past decade, the site has become under intense pressure from unauthorized human activities, including illegal encroachment and unregulated construction. These encroachments have disrupted the natural hydrological systems, contributing significantly to flooding in Ashaman, Klagon, Tema West, and neighboring communities. Mr. Speaker, the demolition exercise was carried out under the authority of the following legal and administrative frameworks. 1. Local Government Act 2016, Act 936, which was enacted by this House. 2. Land Use and Spatial Planning Act 2016, Act 925, which was enacted by this House. 3. Environmental Protection Act 1994, Act 490, also enacted by this House. 4. Ramsa Convention on Wetlands and of international importance. These instruments mandate the Greater Accra Regional Coordinating Council, in collaboration with Tema West Municipal Assembly and the Tema Development Corporation, to take necessary action to remove unauthorized structures from ecologically sensitive zones. Mr. Speaker, the following actions were taken. 1. Clearance of unauthorized buildings and fence walls obstructing natural water flow channels. 2. Deployment of a joint task force, including Ghana Police Service, Ghana Armed Forces, the officials from the National Disaster Management Organization, NADMO, to ensure a safe, peaceful, and orderly operation. 3. Prior public sensitization and stakeholder engagement to educate the populace on the rationale behind the exercise. Resistance from a few groups, including attempts at obstruction by some youth, was swiftly and peacefully addressed. Mr. Speaker, the operation has so far led to the following positive outcomes. 1. Restoration of natural drainage pathways, significantly reducing flood risk in vulnerable areas. 2. Reclamation of core wetland zones, paving way for ecological restoration and long-term conservation. And I know the minority chief whip is an environmentalist, so he agrees with me. 3. A strong deterrent effect on future illegal development within the protected zone. And 4. Reinforcement of lawful spatial planning and environmental governance. Mr. Speaker, the demolition exercise at the Sakumono Ramsa site represents a necessary, albeit difficult, step in the collective effort to safeguard Ghana's natural heritage. While the progress is commendable, the work ahead remains substantial. Achieving long-term protection of the Ramsa site will require a comprehensive, collaborative, and sustained approach involving all stakeholders, including Parliament. Mr. Speaker, we remain committed to ensuring that environmental sustainability is not sacrificed in the pursuit of development, and that the rule of law is upheld in the management of our natural resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'll ask only the leaders to comment. And come again. You want to comment? Okay. Minority Chief Whip, can you hold on a bit? Honorable Kofi Adams.
Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Speaker, the issue of Ramsa sites, human settlement, human life, it's something that we must not really toy with. Aside the fact that it served as a home for some birds that migrate from where they originally are to these sites during times of challenges, it is also a pathway for water, because mostly these Ramsa sites are so close to the ocean. So they serve as entry point. They serve as a buffer. They serve as receptacle for water that is flowing from the upper zone into the ocean. When these sites get blocked in an unbridled manner and filled with concrete, like the minister said, it will result in massive flooding beyond the Ramsa sites. And the impact of this flooding, you get government and persons now being called upon to put the very little resources that we have in helping this same person that would have suffered because the very human being that is asking for help has created that problem. Mr. Speaker, we have so toyed with the environment to the extent that today, football that we used to play for 90 minutes, 45, we have to take water break. Why? Because the environment is changing, temperatures are increasing, distractions is being caused. Human beings now care less about even the environment that they live in. And Ramsa sites, Mr. Speaker, for whatever reason must be protected. And we need a consented voice. There should be unanimity in this House in supporting the ministry to pursue this agenda. Because the impact, the effect of allowing persons to take over Ramsar sites and develop them with concrete may travel all the way, Mr. Speaker, and consume this House. The tsunamis that happens in other parts of the world, the distraction. Sometimes you think you are too far from the ocean, and so nothing will happen to you. You may be driving through the motorway. As a result of the construction there, the water that should run through and get onto the sea will no longer be able to do that. And so I think we need to support the action that the ministry and government is taking. This is going to save us. And let's send a direct message to those who do that. That the environment must be protected, spaces must be created for water, for human, just in case of emergency. Mr. Speaker, do you know that the same area, the Celebrity Gulf, is also being ransacked by all kinds of structures. And so we need to do something. We need to support the minister and the agencies for once to clear these areas. Thank you very much, Speaker, for the...
Thank you very much. Yes, so I give it to a member for Swami.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the minister for the statement ably given to this House. Mr. Speaker, the Ramsar site as he's talking about, is regulated by the Ramsa Site Management Regulation 1999. The Ramsa Site Regulation lists several areas that are declared to be Ramsar sites in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, it lists the Muni Pomaze area. It also states the Densu Delta. It mentioned the Sakumo, which is now called the Sakumo Ramsar site. In fact, in law, it's called Sakumo Ramsar site. And then also it mentioned the Songo Ramsar site. Mr. Speaker, the same regulation mentioned the Keta Lagoon Complex and then the Owabe Wildlife Sanctuary. These are very important sites that the Ramsar site regulation has listed as sites that need to be protected. Now, when we are in Accra, we only talk about the Ramsar site, the Sakumono Ramsar site, as if that is the only Ramsar site that needs protection. All these other Ramsar sites I have mentioned, what are the states of these Ramsar sites? I can talk of the Owabe Wildlife Sanctuary because that is in Kumasi and supplies the water it helps supply water to those of us who live within the Kumasi enclave. And so it is important that all Ramsar sites are protected. So, Mr. Minister, thank you for this statement, but let us not only keep our attention in Accra. There are other Ramsar sites that also need our protection. I believe that when you do that, it will help serve the country very well. And on that, Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister and I yield the floor.
Thank you very much. Let me now come to leadership.
Speaker, I think it's in place that we commend the Minister for his prompt response to this call by the House, not by the Business Committee, by the House for him to be here. And it's a matter I had taken personal interest in. Several meetings of the Business Committee, countless number of times I raised this matter why the Minister has to come. And the record will bear me out. Initially, the Majority Leader had his own concerns about consultation on and off. Be it as it may, we are happy the Minister is in the House. Thankfully, the Minister did not speak ex-tempo. We have a record that we can reference. And
yes,
I want to...
Honorable Chief Whip Minority, kindly allow me to take a rest and cede this seat to the First Deputy Speaker. So you may go on.
So, Speaker, we are happy and it's impressive. The Minister has taken time to put thoughts on paper. Speaker, I cannot belabor the point. The Honorable Kofi Adams has spoken. My colleague has also spoken to the matters, and it's important I don't reinvent the wheel. But I think fundamentally, there's a missing link. We have often spoken to the importance of Ramsar sites. These sites that are protected areas of our environment. But we have failed as a nation to demystify what is Ramsar site in the first place. Do our people relate? Do our people relate to these matters? So we see a certain vegetation, mangrove, left in the heart of the city. And people are wondering that we need land to build. We need land to do farming. Market farming, for instance, which is encouraged in other jurisdictions at the heart of cities. Why should we protect Ramsar site? And that is a point I think is missing in our narrative. So the education and engagement is something that we are not, means I think we may have to up it. I've seen in your report that you have acknowledged that there were prior engagement. The people must relate to the essence of conservation of Ramsar site, and that is when they will go out of their way. When duty bearers and the enforcers of the law are not there, so to speak, with a gun on their neck, then they can, out of their own will, help in the protection of these protected areas. That, for me, is the crux of the matter. And when we are able to do that, the success story will come in many folds. Speaker, the protection of flora and fauna is important, and we cannot reinvent it. Mitigation of flooding, the minister has spoken to it, very important. But we must also leverage on this supposed success story, the prevention of encroachment at Ramsa site. I think the minister has done well amidst all the complaints, aftermath of complaints. Can we leverage on this? What can we do to leverage on this so that other MMDCs, because this Ramsa site, these protected areas are all over the place, so that we don't focus only in Greater Accra. It could be replicated in other parts of the country. For me, that would make the turning point in our narrative. So the Broadlands Commission has said that the investment of today, the usage of our resources, should be to satisfy today's generation without compromising on future generation. That, for me, is the guiding principle in our engagement. Minister, I want to once more encourage you for coming and showing respect to this House. This is what we want. So when we say that ministers should come and brief the House, and then people defy and say, oh, why we have dissenting views, we should file a question. Earlier engagement, other colleagues have said that we should file a question. So if we allow the ministers to come, one, we will help in demystify the concept, and then the people who are affected could also be carried along, and they will know that, well, it is not victimization, especially when there is a change of government. People will say that, well, we are being victimized for one reason or the other, but it's not the case, but it's for protection of a protected area, and it's an environmental decision that must be taken for the good of our country. Then all of us will rally around and support the government. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, and also to encourage my respected minister that it shouldn't be a flash in the pan. We should sustain our eyes, because I'm told the president, His Excellency the president was there. And so for a matter that will make the president move from the presidency and go there on a fiscal visit, it must be a grave matter. So I urge my minister to keep his eyes there and to ensure that we don't slip. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I also first want to commend my able minister for his prompt response to the demolition exercise that took place at the Ramsa site. Mr. Speaker, we know the importance of the place, as of international importance, where we as a country became a signatory to the Westland Agreement under Ramsa. Mr. Speaker, the place is of ecological importance, biodiversity, and it's become a habitat for birds who migrate to the place. Mr. Speaker, the minister eloquently pointed out the things that he and his team will be doing to support the place. And I think this House must all come together in supporting this important site as part of our ecological existence. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And thank you again, Minister, for making this important presentation. Thank you.
Honourable members, we've come to the end of comment on the statement made by the Minister responsible for local government, chieftaincy and religious affairs. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader, any indication? Deputy Majority Leader, any indication?
We want to move to item number 16, to do with the fisheries and aquaculture bill, and to continue with the consideration. Oh, commemorative. Oh,
yes.
We had engaged on statement 1 being commemorative, and I also have one. So shall we exhaust these statements, and then we can go ahead and take the fisheries bill. It shouldn't be a problem.
Rightly so, Mr. Speaker.
Well,
so we can look at the
let me have copies of those statements and I can mention them. If that is the sense of the House.
Yeah, it's on the council.
Yes, we have a commemorative statement standing in the name of Honorable Sebastian Day on youth and skills for job in Ghana. Honorable Member, you have the floor.
Honorable, there are actually two of them. One in his name and one stands in the name of Honorable Rap. So, Speaker, with your discretion, if you want them, two of them to read, and then we can comment.
Yes, I don't have a problem, but just draw my attention to the second statement. So he can be taking the first one, and then we'll sort out the second one.
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
Actually, my understanding is that there are three statements, three commemorative statements. Yes.
Yes, I have one in the name of Sebastian Day, the other one, Ernestina Ofori Dangbe. Is that what you are talking about? And then another one in the name of Honorable Rudolph Amwako Jampa.
I was actually referring to Honorable.
Very well. So we'll take the three together, and then we can take comments on them. So, Honorable Sebastian, there you have the floor.
Honorable Speaker, senior honorable members chairing various committees on youth and skills-related matters in Parliament, honorable members, I rise to make this commemorative statement on the occasion of World Youth Skills Day 2025, which is being celebrated today, the 15th of July 2025 in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, as the world celebrates this year's World Youth Skills Day, our nation is using the day to recognize the importance of equipping young people with skills for employment, decent work, and entrepreneurship. And this is being done with the aim to highlight the strategic role of technical vocational education and training, TVET. The day is also being used to launch the National TVET Week 2025 in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, across our country, various youth and skills-related activities are being staged. Key among these is the Ghana TVET Service, one of the nation's leading youthful workforce development institutions, is using this day to mark the annual TVET Week celebration. And this is being done under the theme Youth Empowerment through Artificial Intelligence and digitalization, the role of technology in the hands-on skills for future workforce. Mr. Speaker, this theme resonates deeply with the institution's mission to equip Ghana's youth with the skills needed to thrive in a rapidly evolving job market. Mr. Speaker, these headlines bring to the fore the critical contribution that skills development in general and TVET in particular plays in the transformation of any economy, and most importantly, that of our nation, Ghana. Mr. Speaker, in the light of this, all policy measures need to be harnessed for strengthening the country's TVET sector with a focus on industry-led, demand-driven, and competency-based training. Mr. Speaker, it is worth mentioning that in Ghana has in recent times made some remarkable progress in the area of TVET enrollment in particular. Approximately 42,000 students have been enrolled in TVET within the period or in 2018, and this figure, as at 2024, has risen to 235,000. In fact, this was stated by the Honorable Minister for Education in a recent program in Botswana. Mr. Speaker, as we mark this significant day as a country, we reaffirm our commitment to providing high-quality technical and vocational training and education that prepares our youth for the demands of the 21st century. By embracing technology and innovation, we can empower our youth to become leaders in their chosen fields and contribute to Ghana's economic growth and development. Mr. Speaker, in marking this celebration, please permit me, as a practicing TVET person in Ghana, to enumerate the following achievements catalogued in the area of TVET and skills development between 2012 and now. Mr. Speaker, these achievements include, and I segment them in 4 areas. The area of policy and institutional framework. The country has established what we know as the Commission for TVET, and this is coming on the heels of the Council for TVET. We have also established an entity called the Ghana TVET Service. We have also realigned all TVET activities under one ministry. It used to be under 10 or so different ministries. Mr. Speaker, another key area that this nation has seen progress in the area of TVET is in skills development initiatives. For instance, the Ghana Skills Development Initiative, instituted under the auspices of the Commission for TVET, has worked hard to improve quality and relevance of TVET. And this has been done on the back of this activity. Thousands of TVET learners have been trained, and master craft persons or the supervisors in industry have also been trained. We have also seen implementation of relevant policies such as the workplace experience learning. We have seen implementation of what we call recognition of prior learning. We have also seen the intensification of CBT, which is curriculum-based training programs. Mr. Speaker, we have also seen infrastructure development, and I can mention that several state-of-the-art TVET centers are now dotted around the country. We have seen upgrading of existing TVET institutions, and I can mention several regions in the country that have at least seen the upgrading of technical institutions. They include institutions like the Pando Technical Institute, Adan Technical Institute, Krobia Sante Institute, the Dabopa Technical Training Institute, just to mention a few. We've also seen the provision of modern labs and equipment to a number of technical universities, and I can mention specifically what we know as the Amatrol equipment. If you go around our technical universities, you would find them. Indeed, as a country, we have also seen deepened industry collaboration, and this has actually led to the development of TVET curricula. We have seen the intensification of apprenticeship programs, and we have seen industry leading the way in generation of what we call occupational standards. Mr. Speaker, with these serving as a springboard, it is important that all stakeholders, including government agencies, industry partners, development partners, and civil society organizations join in this celebration. And I'm talking about the celebration of the World Youth Skills Day, which is today. Together, we can build a brighter future for Ghana's youth and unlock their full potential. Mr. Speaker, these in no doubt underscore the importance being given by the so touted and so important policy of government that we have adopted as a nation, the 24-hour economy policy, and all adjunct initiatives being pursued by government. Topmost among these being the proposed establishment of a TVET fund. Mr. Speaker, this is to serve as impetus to generate the needed workforce skills and feed industry and grow Ghana's economy. Mr. Speaker, as a good signal of great things happening and great things to come, the Honorable Minister for Education has within the last few months secured a €5 million grant from the Italian government, which will be invested in TVET. This indeed is a good radiant for the TVET industry. Mr. Speaker, I am most delighted to make this little contribution as the chairman of the Governing Council of the Ghana TVET Service. And I use this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to thank you and thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honourable members will continue taking the other two statements before we open the floor for comment. But honourable members, let's remind ourselves with Standing Order 93.3, which reads, the text of the statement as admitted shall be read when the member is called upon to make the statement. So in reading the statement, you don't add, you don't subtract. The text of the statement as admitted is what you should read. Thank you very much. I will now give the floor to Honorable Rudolph Amoko Jampa. Honorable member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to make a statement on this day of World Youth Skills Day. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to make a statement in commemoration of the World Youth Skills Day, which is observed annually on July 15. Today marks a decade since it was first celebrated. The UN General Assembly instituted the World Youth Skills Day to highlight the strategic importance of equipping young people with skills for employment, decent work, entrepreneurship, and personal development. Mr. Speaker, World Youth Skills Day highlights the importance of technical and vocational education and training, which is often overshadowed by conventional academic pathways. This form of education equips individuals with hands-on skills directly relevant to a wide range of industries, making it an essential component of the broader educational system. Mr. Speaker, equipping and empowering our young men and women through skills development is in line with achieving SDG targets, including ending poverty, enhancing education and life learning opportunities, promoting employment and decent work for all, SDGs 1, 4, and 8. Mr. Speaker, a skilled youth population is the cornerstone of a thriving economy. By investing in their skill development, Ghana can not only ensure a more employable and productive workforce, but also lay the foundation for economic growth. According to the International Labour Organization 2024 report on the global employment trend for youth, the global youth unemployment rate stands at 13%, representing nearly 65 million individuals. In 2023, the share of youth not in employment, education, or training was 20%, with women accounting for 2/3 of that figure. Mr. Speaker, Ghana, like many African nations, has a youthful population with approximately 57% of our citizens under the age of 25. However, the Ghana Statistical Service reported that approximately 2 million young people fell within the NEET category in the third quarter of 2023. These numbers are alarming and underscore the urgent need for coordinated action from all stakeholders to address youth unemployment and underskilling. Mr. Speaker, this year's World Youth Skills Day theme, and I quote, youth empowerment through artificial intelligence and digital skills, unquote, accentuates the significance of AI and digital skills in preparing young people to thrive in the era of Industry 4.0. Mr. Speaker, the growing digital transformation of economic activity, together with the adoption of artificial intelligence, is reshaping the skills required to succeed across diverse sectors and professions. AI-driven technologies improve efficiency, enable data-driven decision-making, and open new frontiers for entrepreneurship. Digital skills, ranging from basic computer literacy to advanced coding and data analysis, are the foundation upon which AI capabilities are built. Mr. Speaker, equipping the youth with digital and AI skills is critical for economic transformation, job creation and employability, inclusivity and equity, and global competitiveness. However, Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Statistical Service data in 2023 indicate that 2.7 million persons aged over 15 years did not own a mobile phone, and it is more prevalent among females than males. It further revealed that 1 in 4 persons in this age category did not use internet in 2021. In light of this, Mr. Speaker, it is imperative that we intensify effort to incorporate AI and digital literacy into our TVET system, ensuring that our young people are adequately prepared for the demands and opportunities of the future economy. Mr. Speaker, while past governments have made commendable effort to equip the youth with essential job-tailored skills through the Youth Employment Agency, National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program, and revamping of TVET education and integrating AI and digital skills into the system, significant challenges persist. These include infrastructural deficits, limited funding, capacity constraint, gaps in curriculum, issues of equity, ethical consideration, and policy limitations. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, young people in rural and deprived communities like Profiodu, Intom, Besiase, and Yamya in my constituency, especially young women, persons with disabilities, face additional obstacles in assessing quality skills, training, and education. Addressing these barriers requires coordinated effort from government, educational institutions, industry, and development partners to ensure that AI-driven innovations in TVET are inclusive, relevant, and sustainable. Mr. Speaker, I therefore call upon honorable members of this August House to accord priority to the formulation and enactment of legislation that fosters inclusive, high-quality, and relevant education and training for all youths. I further urge the House to champion policies aimed at removing barriers to skills development, especially for marginalized and disadvantaged groups, and advocate for increased budgetary support for education, digital and vocational skills training, and youth employment programs. Again, I will urge all stakeholders to collaborate in aligning training programs with industry needs, offer partnership and apprenticeship opportunities to young people, encourage continuous skills development to meet changing job market demands, implement targeted interventions for young women, persons with disabilities, and those in rural areas, and support youth-led enterprise as drivers of innovation and job creation. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, investing in youth skills is not merely a social duty. It is an economic necessity and driving force for national transformation. Ghana's future prosperity relies on our ability to develop a generation of skilled, innovative, and resilient young people. Let us reaffirm our dedication to empowering our youth, making sure that no one is left behind. Together, we can build a Ghana where every young person has the chance to thrive and make meaningful contribution to our nation's development. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I will then give the floor to Honorable Mrs. Ernestina Ofori Dangbe, MP for Agona West. Honorable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise in this August House today to make a statement on the occasion of World Youth Skills Day, commemorated every year on 15th July to highlight the strategic importance of equipping young people with skills for employment, decent work, and entrepreneurship. The 2025 Global Theme, Skilling Teachers, Trainers, and Youth for a Transformative Future, is a powerful call to action. It challenges us as policymakers to assess how well we are preparing our youth to meet the demands of today's economy and the opportunities of tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, please allow me to share some statistics that put today's discussion in perspective. Globally, over 1.2 million young people aged 15 to 24 represent 16% of the world's population, yet more than 270 million youths are not in employment, education, or training. Serious challenges standing at around 19.7% according to the recent labor force data. In the central region, youth unemployment and underskilling have contributed a rising rural-urban migration and increased economic vulnerability. In Aguna West, our youth are vibrant, determined, and talented. However, many lack access to skills training, startup capital, and mentorship. According to the local municipal records, less than 30% of youth are enrolled in formal technical and vocational training, while informal apprenticeship remain largely unsupported. Mr. Speaker, when we invest in youth skills, we invest in national transformation in Aguna West and Ghana at large. Skilled youths are more employable and contribute to reducing a national dependency ratio. Entrepreneurial youth create jobs not only for themselves, but also for others, helping to reduce poverty and improve livelihoods. Skilled youth can drive innovation in agriculture, ICT, manufacturing, and creative arts, key sectors for our economic growth. In Aguna West, we've seen firsthand how young artisans, tailors, welders, ICT graduates, and agri-processors are changing the economic narrative in their communities. If given the tools and platforms, Mr. Speaker, while the government has taken laudable steps through programs like NEIP, YEA, and TVET reforms, the challenges remain deeply rooted. I propose the following targeted interventions. 1, strengthen TVET infrastructure, that is to expand well-equipped technical and vocational training centers in all districts. 2, to decentralize skills funding and support, that is to allocate direct level skills development funds, support municipal assemblies to partner with local industries to absorb skilled youths. 3, public-private partnership, that is PPP. Encourage local businesses to collaborate with schools for apprenticeship and internship. Encourage local businesses, 4, empower women and rural youths. Prioritize skills program targeting young women and marginalized rural youths. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the future of Ghana rests in the hands of its young people, but potential alone is not enough. It must be nurtured, trained, and given room to grow. On this World Youth Skills Day, I call on all of us as legislators, parents, educators, and leaders. Let us all scale Ghana forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, honorable members. The floor is now open for comment, and the indication is So I'll give the floor to, yes.
Speaker, with respect, we'll do one on each side, and then leadership concludes. Yes, one on each side, and leadership concludes.
Very well. I will proceed to give the floor to Honorable Rashid Palpo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on these statements, all pointing at the World Youth Skills Day, a very important day because of the content of the statements and the reflection of what it means for the young people in Africa and for job creation in the world in the 21st century. Mr. Speaker, I have been to many places and I've seen how young people are engaged. I've seen how young people are prepared in terms of the development of skills and the exposure to kinds of skills that are relevant to the nation. And I have seen that it is a necessity and must be taken into consideration by any country that wants to progress into the next stage of development. Mr. Speaker, I have just returned from Ethiopia, and the purpose of the visit was to join in the celebration of the 3rd Africa Job Creation, and much of it was on how to bring up the African child to be able to function well in today's world. And Mr. Speaker, it is not the only place I have been to where job creation using development of skills, matching the two, and creating opportunities for people. And so for the statements being made, Mr. Speaker, I see it not just to be statements, but to be policy initiatives that can help us change from the present situation of teaching people, developing a curriculum that is basically academic in nature without the practical application of it. So the definition of TVET, the issues that had been raised by the first speaker, contributions by the two speakers, all show that Ghana needs to change its curriculum and change its focus much more speedily and much more critical if we want to make a meaning of our today's involvement in the development space. Mr. Speaker, I noticed, and I know many of us have noticed, that the present educational system is simply based on developing the child to speak good English and to be able to pass exams. So the initiative on TVET is becoming much more crucial. And I want to support the proposals by the speakers to make sure that we introduce this education, TVET education, make sure our commitment to technical training is focused, much more focused than we are seeing it today. I told Mr. Speaker, I just said that I've been to other countries. When I went to Korea, I realized that in Korea, much of the inventions and much of the new things that are developed are from the TVET institutions. Young people are manufacturing vehicles, electric vehicles. They are manufacturing motorbikes. They are doing small things that we need in this market to develop. And I think that it is something that we cannot ignore. In Ethiopia, I realized Burkina Faso is also going there to learn the same things we have here. So TVET education is critical. And I want to support the three speakers and to call on, fortunately, the Minister of Education is here. He spoke this morning at a TVET program, and I saw the emphasis he's putting on it, the commitment to give focus on it and to even give funding to it. So it is important, and I know that it should work into the direct policy initiative that can create more room for our young people. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Dr. Che Asamoah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to appreciate the three speakers as we celebrate the World Youth Skills Day. Mr. Speaker, let me unpack the whole thing. The focus is on youth, and it's also on skills. And what do we see here in Africa? We are the youthful population in the world. By the year 2050, Africa's youthful population, or the working age between the ages of 15 to 64, is going to double. Then, of course, let's come here. The theme for this year's commemoration, which happens to be the 10th year, is youth empowerment through artificial and digital skills. Mr. Speaker, we are almost coming to the end of the 4th Industrial Revolution. The 5th Industrial Revolution is starting, and that is where the collaboration between machines and human beings is critical. And we as an Africans, what do? This is an opportunity for us to change from being consumers of technology, Mr. Speaker, and let us take advantage of our youthful population and skill them enough so that we, as we go into the 5th Industrial Revolution, our focus will be on artificial intelligence and digital skills in all our skill training institutions. Mr. Speaker, what have we been able to do as a country? We've been able to lay a constructive and effective foundation for skill training. Mr. Speaker, you are part of the members that supported the previous government to realign all the TVET institutions to the Ministry of Education. The government did not just realign them, but we invested so much in infrastructure in all our TVET institutions, and we did set up institutions to make sure we have an effective skill delivery in our country. In so doing, Mr. Speaker, we initiated the process to even establish what we call TVET Fund. That is why we started with the Ghana Skill Development Fund. The preparatory work has been done. All that we are expecting is that this government will pick it up and build on it, because we know as we move into the Industrial Revolution and we are ending the 4th, artificial intelligence is shaping what industries does. It's also shaping how we work and how we live. Africa cannot continue to play catch-up. All the investment that has been done in TVET from independence up to the year 2024, one can attribute to the fact that so much has been invested in TVET from 2017 until 2024. And we are hoping that the Minister of Education, during his approval, and I appeal to him, that so much is going to be invested in TVET. Skill training is not just for employment. Gone are the days that skill training was just for employment. Yes, we need to create employment for our youthful population. But, Mr. Speaker, let us know that skill development is also the basis for innovation. If we want to innovate and catch up and do well with the 5th Industrial Revolution, Mr. Speaker, then we have to make sure that we are investing in better skills for better innovation. And, Mr. Speaker, if we are able to do this and build on what the previous government has done, then we can create a resilient youth that will be able to support Ghana to be part of the 5th Industrial Revolution. And I pray that this August House will support the Ministry of Education, support the establishment of TVET Fund, so that we can put our money where our mouth is, so that we can make sure that youth population that is going to double in 25 years, which is just around the corner, will be well prepared to be able to compete in this global economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes. Yes.
My pleasure is to yield to the Honorable Abu Jinapo.
Very well. You have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by commending my colleague for making this very important statement. My two colleagues from the minority side and the majority side. Mr. Speaker, the issue of skills training, TVET, Mr. Speaker, and I should add STEM education, which is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education, is one that has become very central in the developmental aspirations of many countries across the world. Mr. Speaker, Germany, for example, is noted as one of the pillars of skills training. Mr. Speaker, the story is even told that in Germany you cannot even be a butcher if you do not have a certificate. You have to have a certificate before you can even become a butcher, Mr. Speaker. And that country as well is pioneered in the manufacturing innovation, the manufacturing of so many items which have become the fulcrum of economic activity across the world. Mr. Speaker, it is in that spirit that my colleague rightly pointed out that the Akufo-Addo government, for example, prioritized TVET. Mr. Speaker, it became a major anchor of the educational policy of the Akufo-Addo government. And by that, I'm referring to the technical and vocational education and training, TVET. And indeed, a lot of money was invested, new schools were built, a lot of retooling was done, a lot of refurbishments were done, and indeed, even STEM schools, first-class STEM schools were built across the country, and there were far-reaching plans to even build a STEM university in our country. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that we all will the new Minister for Education on, the very respected Minister for Education, to continue with the very important pillars which the Akufo-Addo government put in place for TVET and STEM education. Mr. Speaker, I want to reference the minister's own observation not too long ago when he was in Botswana, when he indeed went at great length to spell out Ghana's progress and Ghana's success story when it comes to TVET and STEM education, and equally also committed to building on that and ensuring that the new government continues with the efforts the previous government did when it came to TVET and STEM education. Mr. Speaker, let us just be blunt about it. The formal sector cannot employ all the youth of our country. Mr. Speaker, where you have low unemployment rate, it is the private sector, the skills sector, making things, manufacturing things, innovating things. These are the sectors which have, historically and contemporary, been the areas for employment and the areas for giving employment to the hundreds and thousands and millions of our population. And so, Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by once again commending the makers of the statement and waiting to hear from the Education Minister and saying that what has been done in our country for the past 8 years when it comes to TVET education, when it comes to STEM education, when it comes to innovation, when it comes to manufacturing, Mr. Speaker, and skills training in general, is a solid foundation for us to build on. And let us do that for the good of the youth of our country. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. Yes. I guess you are yielding to the minister responsible for education.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, we yielding to the Minister of
Yes,
Education.
Honourable Minister for Education. You have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the statement on the observance of World Skills Day. And Mr. Speaker, in particular, to commend the makers, 3 honorable members, the Honorable Sebastian Day, the Honorable Rudolph Amwaku, Upper Denchira West, and the Honorable Ernestina Ofori of Aguna West. Mr. Speaker, I'm particularly encouraged at the interest and enthusiasm demonstrated by the 3 honorable members. And even more importantly, they elevating skills training and TVET. And to paraphrase the words of Honorable Ernestina Ofori, it is about the future of our youth. Indeed, it is. And Mr. Speaker, to assure you that the government of President Mahama will build upon the gains that were made with the investment in the TVET sector in the last 8 years. Coincidentally, the Honorable Chia Samoa and the Honorable Sebastian Day have all played roles, provided leadership in the past in building to improve the TVET architecture of our country. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to note that we are reviewing curricula at the pre-tertiary level from kindergarten to primary 6. Mr. Speaker, the President has granted policy approval for AI, coding, electronics and robotics to be included as part of the training and learning of young people at that level, so that they will have exposure to digital skills even at the very formative years of learning. So the review committee is looking at it. Mr. Speaker, we are also working, and I'll come to Parliament through Cabinet, on the establishment of a TVET fund. I'm looking at earmarking 2.5% of Ghana's total revenue or the annual budget funding amount to be able to fund TVET activities across the country. Mr. Speaker, in the course of this year, 3 additional technical universities will be built in Ghana, in the 3 regions of Ghana that are without technical universities. 2 additional universities will be provided where your in-laws are. President Mahama will commission in Kintampo a new university. The Honorable Abu, I know your in-laws are there just like President Mahama. There will be a dedicated public university for the people of Bunu. In fact, this morning, Mr. Speaker, I signed a memorandum of understanding with a group to undertake the feasibility, and the Ghana Education Trust Fund will provide an equivalent of about $9-10 million for the feasibility to be conducted. Additionally, another new public university will be established for the people of Oti in the Jasikan area, so that at least in every part of the country we can boast of expanded access to technical education. No doubt that your government made investment in TVET, and particularly the Honorable Chair, someone knows like Sabasende. Mr. Speaker, I was in Italy to meet with the Ministry of Education, and the Italian government have generously granted us €5 million to support technical vocational education. And as rightly observed by the Honorable Member for Damongo, the Germans supported government through the voucher project with not less than $50 million to expand and equip many of our technical and vocational institutions in the last few years. But that is drying up. We need to take ownership of it. That is why we are establishing TVET. I have accordingly directed that Ghana Education Trust Fund, GET Fund, annually makes an allocation to support TVET education, and this year some 50 million Ghana cedis was dedicated to that. Mr. Speaker, I should thank you for the opportunity. We're also reviewing the pedagogy for teachers. But Mr. Speaker, what is celebrated in Ghana is that during our time, you had GES, Ghana Education Service. What is significant in Ghana is for us to brand technical and vocational education, and to brand it well, that it is not meant for persons who are less academically inclined, and that it is not meant for youth who are non-conformist youth, but to see it as an alternative route, especially those young people who are born with hand skills on as an advantage. So, Mr. Speaker, what Ghanaian youth, extraordinary youth, what they lack is not ability, but access to the opportunity to equip themselves. The surest way to assure them that, one, AI will contribute to entrepreneurship, AI will contribute to employment and decent jobs, as was observed by the Minister for Employment. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honorable members for the interest and enthusiasm shown. I'm encouraged by it. And if we invest well in it, we will be creating job creators and not job seekers if we emphasize and invest in technical and vocational education. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, statement time is ended. Deputy Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to seek your leave to look at the other paper addendum. And you have a statement.
Yes, Honorable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, just to draw your attention that the Minority Chief Whip had a statement admitted.
Honourable members, will revert to take one more statement on green Ghanaian cities and nature-based financing and planning proposal for urban sustainability and resilience, presented by Honourable Anodompre, MP for Nsamoma Dojiri constituency. You have the floor.
Speaker, I'm grateful for your indulgence. Speaker, I rise today with a deep sense of urgency and national responsibility to address the future of our cities, our engine of economic growth, social development, and cultural identity. Speaker, Ghana's urban centers, Accra, Keta, Kumasi, Sunyani, and Tamale, are expanding rapidly. According to the Ghana Statistical Service report of 2021, over 58% of our population now resides in urban areas, a figure projected to rise beyond some 65% by 2040. However, this urban transition has not been matched with sustainable environmental planning, leading to mounting climate vulnerabilities, loss of biodiversity, and deteriorating public health outcomes. Speaker, empirical evidence shows that urbanization without nature-based planning exacerbates environmental risks. In Accra and Keta, coastal erosion, tidal flooding, and rising sea levels are displacing families and threatening public infrastructure. The Center for Remote Sensing and Geographic Information Services report of 2020 reports that Ghana's eastern coastline loses an average 1.3 meters annually to erosion. This environmental decay is driven not only by natural forces, but also by the destruction of mangrove ecosystems and wetlands, which once serves as natural buffers. Yet, these vital ecosystems are rarely budgeted for or restored in urban development schemes. Speaker, Kumasi, once known as Ghana's Garden City, offers a sobering case of ecological decline. Research by the Forestry Research Institute of Ghana report of 2019 shows that over 40% of Kumasi's tree cover has been lost in the past 3 decades due to haphazard construction and weak enforcement of land use plans. The decline in urban greenery not only increases surface temperatures, but also worsens air quality and lowers the psychological well-being of residents. Sunyani and Tamale, two fast-growing economic hubs, are showing early signs of environmental stress, urban heat islands, erratic rainfall patterns, and mounting solid waste management problems. These stressors are aggravated by inadequate infrastructure and fragmented environmental governance. Mr. Speaker, these problems are not unique to Ghana. However, countries that are proactively adopting nature-based solutions, NBS, are demonstrating measurable improvement in urban resilience and quality of life. The 2024 UNDP report on the state of finance of nature in cities lays out a global framework for integrating NBS into city planning and financing. Cities such as Medellin, Colombia, Freetown, Sierra Leone have implemented successful urban forestry programs and green infrastructure to mitigate floods and extreme heat. In Freetown, for instance, the Freetown initiative has led to the planting of over 1 million trees between 2020 and 2023, with measurable reductions in landslides and surface runoff, according to the World Bank report of 2023. Speaker, This proposal seeks to replicate such success by modeling Ghanaian cities using the UNDP Urban MBS framework. Specifically, the proposal aims, 1, to adopt UNDP's 10-element framework to map municipal functions and classify nature-based expenditures. 2, build the capacity of city governments to track and finance MBS. 3, integrate MBS into local government planning and budgetary systems. 4, align urban development goals with SDG Goal 11, Sustainable Cities, SDG 13, Climate Action, Target 12 of the Global Biodiversity Framework, which calls for urban green blue spaces to be expanded and restored by 2030. Implementation of this model will differ by context. For coastal cities like Accra and Keta, the emphasis will be on green belt restoration, rehabilitation of degraded and mangroves, and the introduction of blue infrastructure, including bioswale, urban dunes, and permeable pavement. So these solutions are proven to reduce flood risks while enhancing biodiversity. Additionally, engaging local fishing communities in shoreline afforestation and waste recycling initiatives can simultaneously promote ecosystem services and create green jobs. Inland cities such as Kumasi, Sunyani, and Tamale will benefit from urban forestry interventions, community food, forests, and rainwater harvesting system. Tamale's peri-urban areas, for instance, present an opportunity for establishing women-led sustainable agriculture cooperatives, enhancing food security and livelihoods. Such models have already been piloted in Burkina Faso and Uganda with support from the FAO and have yielded improved nutrition and income diversification for vulnerable households, according to the FAO report of 2022. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, to institutionalize these reforms, 3 levels of actions are recommended. First, at the national and local government level, we must mandate nature-based budget targeting using adopted classification of the functions of government codes, a practice adopted in Bangladesh and Kenya to improve transparency in environmental finance. Parliament should also enact statutory provisions that integrate MBS into municipal bylaws, building codes, and local government acts. Speaker, we must collaborate with donors and international development partners to establish National Urban MBS Pilot Fund. This fund could support select cities in developing geospatial baselines, monitoring tools, and MRFA systems. Partnership with UNDP, ICLEI, the University of Ghana, and KNUST could be key to technical capacity building. Lastly, we must actively involve the private sector and civil society by promoting green public-private partnerships, biodiversity offsets, and ecosystem-based enterprise. By offering tax incentives for green buildings or encouraging corporate social responsibility in green space restoration, we can crowd in private capital. Speaker, this proposal outlines a phased implementation plan, starting with diagnostics and stakeholder mapping, followed by city-level capacity building and the rollout of pilot MBS projects in each city. Within 24 months, cities should be able to produce data on MBS's budget tagging hectares of restored ecosystem, number of green jobs created, and public satisfaction score on urban environmental services. The expected outcomes are transformative: transparent nature-based investment, climate resilient infrastructure, green job creation, especially for youth and women, and scientific baselines to inform urban cost benefits and climate risk assessment. by embedding nature in our planning systems. Ghana can attract green climate finance and reduce urban poverty and position itself as a continental leader in a sustainable governance. Mr. Speaker, the time for reactive policies is over. Our cities must be proactive, people-centered, and ecologically anchored. We have the tools. We have the global frameworks. What we now need is a political will to act decisively and fund intelligently. Speaker, in conclusion, I urge this House to support this proposal, not merely as an environmental intervention, but as a national investment in the dignity, health, and prosperity of all urban Ghanaians. Let this Parliament be remembered as the one that planted the seed for greener, stronger, and more equitable Ghanaian cities. Speaker, I thank you and I'm grateful for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minority Chief Whip. Yes, Honourable Frank Afrihi.
Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to share a few perspectives on the statement ably delivered by the leader, which concerns the threats faced by some communities and cities, as well as finding environmentally sustainable means of safeguarding their existence. Speaker, before I continue, I think it's absolutely imperative to pat the leader at the back for his nationalistic stance on most issues, including what he has just highlighted. It is the case that, Speaker, often honorable members tend to highlight issues that directly affect their constituencies. He is not from a constituency that is aligned to the coastal areas, but he has realized that whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. And Speaker, it is also important for us to know that from the data, we are faced with an alarming situation. We are told that as much as 1.3 meters of our coastal lines get eroded every year. This is concerning, and we must take urgent action. Speaker, we have decided to ignore nature and fight nature. And nature has also decided to conspire to fight back. We can never win. The earlier we readjust and then be environmentally friendly, the better for all of us. Speaker, long before now, we have come to appreciate and know a city like Kumasi as the garden city of this country. But we are told from the statement that as much as 40% of the tree cover in Kumasi alone has been lost in the last 3 decades. I think that for me, it is alarming to come into reality with this paradox, given the fact that not too long ago, particularly in the last 8 years, we have reserved so much resources in planting trees in the name of Green Ghana. Speaker, the irony for me is telling that we have planted so much tree such that in 2023 alone, we are told we have spent a whopping 2.5 million Ghana cedis to plant trees, which I believe is for a good cause. Speaker, however, how can we be planting trees and be losing forest cover of about 40%? These are the issues that we have to look at. Speaker, it is high time we empower our state institutions like the National Park and Garden and encourage them to seek corporate resource responsibility in order to get more funding, in order to discharge their responsibilities adequately in a manner that will conserve nature so that all of us will have a very free, safe, and clean environment to live in. With a few words, Speaker, I wish to once again thank my senior, not only in this House, but in Bishop Herman Secondary School. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes. Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for this opportunity. And I thank the maker of the statement, my own Chief Whip, Honourable Member for Nsawam Adwaji, for his lucid statement to this House. Mr. Speaker, a closer look at the statement will show that, just like my colleague on the other side said, that the statement was very, very nationalistic. If you look at the statement, he moved from Keta to Greater Accra to Kumasi to Sunyane and to Tamale to discuss the importance of greening our city. Mr. Speaker, he did not just end there. From talking about the problems in these cities, he moved to Freetown and other cities across the world to show how these cities have managed to green their cities, to make the cities a better place for their people. Mr. Speaker, in this country, let us understand that there are a lot of homes without trees in this country. In other jurisdictions, it is mandatory for any homeowner to plant a tree or to have some form of grass in the home. In this country, we don't have anything like that. And so it is easier for flooding to take place because there's nothing to absorb the rain or the water when it comes to the house. And so it is important, Mr. Speaker, that as we commend the maker of this statement, we also ensure that the municipal, the metropolitan, and district assemblies are empowered to ensure that every person who comes for permits from them is mandated to ensure that you plant a tree in your home or you grass the house. Mr. Speaker, not only the municipal assemblies, it is about time the HOAs in our country or the homeowners associations in our countries also ensure that members within their community plant trees in their homes. Mr. Speaker, if we institutionalize homeowners associations and give them some powers, they will be able to ensure that members within their communities plant trees, ensure that they grass their homes so that, Mr. Speaker, the areas will be green. Mr. Speaker, again, the last thing we need to also ensure is that this country we tend to have a lot of laws that seem to punish people. When it comes to greening our homes and our communities, we want to move away from the punishment and get to encouraging people, let them understand the importance of greening their communities. And when that is done, I believe that what the maker of the statement is seeking to achieve, that is greening our city, will be achieved. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the maker of the statement, my Chief Whip, again, for this lucid statement, and thank you also for this opportunity. And on that, I yield. Thank you.
Yes. Majority Leader, any indication? We've taken 1-1.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this able statement made by Minority Leader, Mr. Speaker, basically about how we can better do urbanization or a nature-based solution. Mr. Speaker, I think that is the way to go, to be able to plan our cities in such a way that we will live side by side with all the things that nature actually provides us. And this means that planners of our cities should involve their planning in such a way that we will have nature at the center of their planning. And I think all our institutions in this country that are responsible for doing the planning that we enjoy should ensure that it captures all the things that will make living and eco-friendly. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the whip, minority whip, for this excellent presentation. And I hope that, the country, the planners will take something out of these type of presentations to be able to enhance our living. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity, and my honorable brother, I thank you for usually the very excellent statement that you make. Thank you.
Yes, minority leadership.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Speaker, I rise in support of my minority chief whip's statement, which I think is very profound. Speaker, in these modern times where greening is life, there is the essential need for every home, every society, every community, every municipality, every metropolis to consider greening where they find themselves. Speaker, let me commend highly the former mayor of Accra, Honorable Mohamed Nia Jesowa, who started this in the city of Accra. He started with the greening of public places and spaces. And he even started getting very interested parties like banks to virtually take up this task by sponsoring and moving that this activity should well take place. Speaker, it is also very crucial that we commend the former Minister of Lands and Natural Resources and the former President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who also saw the need. And obviously, this very particular need has been taken over by this current government, that there is the need for each and every one to think of greening wherever you live. Speaker, it is very, very, very important for us to consider that one man should be equal to one tree. That wherever you find yourself, you can do it in your homes, you can do it around your parks and communities, you can encourage the young men and women to be a part of this process. Most schools have now taken up this task of encouraging their pupils and their students to let them understand that greening is very critical. Speaker, I want to look at the very final part of my minority whip's statement that says that he is urging this House to support this proposal, not merely as an environmental intervention, but as a national investment in the dignity, health, and prosperity of all urban Ghanaians. Speaker, let this parliament be remembered as one that planted the seeds for greener, stronger, and more equitable Ghanaian cities. For our cities to be beautiful, we are always traveling to other countries, apart from perhaps where the Hajj people went to, and we want to see greener cities. We want to see more greener cities. When the cities are green, Speaker, I'm sure your homes, when you are going home and you are just at your gate and you even press the bell and the gate is open and you enter into your home and you see the greens, you feel that you are back home. Speaker, let me also make this recommendation that this parliament should consider greening the frontage and greening very open public spaces. That would also beautify this seat, the seat of parliament, so that we can also come back and say that this is parliament where there is proper greening. Speaker, I thank you very much for this opportunity, and I pray that the submission and request by the minority chief whip will be considered by this parliament for this parliament to be seen as a parliament that can be remembered as the one that planted the seeds for greener, stronger, and more equitable Ghanaian cities. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minority Whip. Yes, Minority Leader, I thought you have yielded to Honorable Jerry Ahmed. But if you still want to make a comment, I can give you 3 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, just to make a comment. I was actually seeking your direction. I mean, as you know,
I'm giving the minority leader 3 minutes, then we come back to the main business because he's intimated he wants to make some few comments on the statement. You have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, actually, I was just seeking your direction. I wasn't actually going to make any comment.
Very well. The minority leader, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first, let me commend my respected friend, Honorable Arnold Dompre, for a well-researched paper, which today he's had the opportunity to present it to this House in accordance with our rules. Mr. Speaker, the content of it need no repetition. However, I would want to make a strong suggestion that Mr. Speaker may refer this to the appropriate minister responsible for this particular subject matter, so that it doesn't become the usual talk, no action. So, Speaker, whilst at it, let me also say that the way our environment is being destroyed is a threat to our democracy, it's a threat to our livelihood, it's a threat to the future of our country. I recall 2015, when the then Minister of Finance appeared before Finance Committee. He told us that one of the problems affecting cocoa was galamsey, because people were cutting down cocoa trees and now investing in galamsey. So, Speaker, let us use this statement as a call on us as a House to look at this serious issue of environmental degradation that is arising out of galamsey. If we say Green Ghana, it means the preservation of the wealth of Ghana. It means protecting our future generations. If we don't, Mr. Speaker, we may wake up one day and we may not hear any good news. I rest my case.
Honourable Member, statement time is ended. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier on,
yes,
I was seeking your direction.
Yes.
As some of us are new on the front bench, my understanding is that when a statement is being made and contributions are being done, the final contribution is made by leadership.
Yes.
And it starts on the other side, and the majority will actually finish it. So when you call me,
Honourable Deputy Majority Leader, I'm not cutting you short, but sometimes you must make mistake to solve a problem. So let's move on to the main business.
Speaker, thank you very much. The point I'm trying to make is to guide us in the future going forward. So we don't, make the same mistakes going
Honourable
forward. Honourable
Deputy Majority Leader, I am clear in my mind. So allow us sometimes to make certain mistakes in order to solve a problem. So let's make progress. We will move on to the fisheries.
I'm guided, Mr. Speaker.
There are 6 clauses deferred. So I think the chairman, in collaboration with the minister, they have a solution for those clauses. Can we take it briefly?
Mr. Speaker, if that is the case, then we'll go to item number 16.
Honourable members, we now move to item number 16 on the order paper for today, the Fisheries and Aquaculture Bill 2025 at the consideration stage.
Respect. I am not really objecting. However, Speaker, as you do recall, the last time when we were at the consideration stage, there were a number of the clauses that we said had to be flagged. Now, yes, I'm not sure if we have dealt with it. Chairman, if it is the case that we've cleared it, and our respected leader also has a number of a number of concerns that he should engage the chair. Leader, if it is your pleasure, I would want to suggest humbly, then we should rather, whilst they engage, we should proceed to take the second reading for the University of Development Studies bill.
The minister is not here.
But if it is your pleasure that we should proceed and take it, that's fine. We can go ahead. I thought that whilst they are engaging, we can take the second reading for the Development Studies, University of Development Studies bill. It's just second reading. We adopt the report and revert. But then they would have engaged and finished, and then we can go ahead with the fisheries bill. That's my suggestion to you.
Yes, Chairman, you have any indication?
Mr. Speaker, it is so. We can make that arrangement whilst
Very
I
well.
engage the leader.
Very well. Very well. So, Masha, so we are now coming to order paper addendum at commencement of public business. Order paper addendum.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister, motion numbered 1 on the order paper addendum.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the provisions of Order 1041 of the Standing Orders, which requires that a motion shall not be debated until at least 2 sitting days have elapsed after a notice to move the motion is given. The motion for the second reading of the University for Development Studies Bill 2025 may be moved today. I shall move. Thank you.
Honourable members, motion ably moved. Any seconder?
I second the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. This being a procedural motion, the question is as many as are in favour of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Yes, Minister for Education, you may now move motion number 2 on the order paper addendum.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the University for Development Studies Bill 2025 be now read a second time. And Mr. Speaker, in doing so, the University for Development Studies was established by PNDC Law 279. The university was mandated, among others, to provide higher education to all persons suitably qualified and capable of benefiting from higher education. It has since expanded access to higher education in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the university began its operations as a multi-campus university with campuses in Tamale, Nyankwala in the northern region, Navrongo in the upper east region, and Wa in the upper west region. Mr. Speaker, it has gone through significant transformation, and a number of institutions, including now CK Tadem University of Technology and Applied Sciences, was hived out of the University for Development Studies. And then the SB Dombo University for Business and Integrated Development Studies Act 2019 was also hived out of the University for Development Studies. This modification has resulted in a structural realignment within the University for Development Studies, and this must be reflected in a new law. And that is why we are here, Mr. Speaker. There was also a major omission in PNDC Law 279, as the tenure of office of the Vice Chancellor was not provided for. current and best practice in academic governance include statutory provisions that define the tenure of office for the Vice Chancellor, but PNDC Law 279 did not provide this essential detail. Mr. Speaker, I'm urging colleague members of Parliament to support the University for Development Studies Bill, realign the institution. The functions of the university is spelled out in the bill. And the mischief, Mr. Speaker, as I've stated, is to ensure that following the creation of C.K. Tedam University out of it, following the creation of Simon Diadon Dombo University for Business Studies out of it, it will have to stand alone. Today, Mr. Speaker, proudly, the university is doing pretty well in the training of medical doctors, nurses, persons in pharmacy. And one of its unique provisions is what they call the off-campus training for students who are undertaking training. My understanding is that it's now ranked among one of the best universities in West Africa and in Africa. I so move.
Motion ably moved for second reading. Chairman of the committee, you may present the committee's report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to associate myself with the motion moved by the Minister. And then in doing so, I want to present the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, I also want to urge that what the Minister has said has covered much of the report. And I urge Ramsa to take the report as being presented whilst I look at the introduction and conclusion. Mr. Speaker, the University for Development Studies Bill 2025 was laid in Parliament on Tuesday, 8th July 2025 by the Honourable Minister for Education, Mr. Haruna Idrisu, in accordance with Article 1061 of the 1992 Constitution and Order 1593 of the Standing Orders of Parliament. Pursuant to Article 1064 of the 1992 Constitution and the Standing Orders of Parliament, the Speaker subsequently referred the bill to the Committee on Education for consideration and report. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the committee recommends to the House to adopt this report and pass the University for Development Studies Bill 2025 in accordance with Article 106 of the 1992 Constitution. We have less than 10 proposed amendments, and Mr. Speaker, I urge the answer to capture all as having been presented. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman of the Committee. Honorable members, motion move, reports presented, and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes. Honorable Yusuf, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on your committee report on the University for Development Studies Bill that your committee met recently. Mr. Speaker, the committee, when we met the ministry, the Minister for Education and the directors, and also the officials from the University for Development Studies. And your committee, the members answered various questions on the university, the new bill. Mr. Speaker, we noted that the University for Development Studies, as we all know, started in 1992 and has produced a lot of human manpower for this country. Some of them are here in this house, and I can name my brother, Dr. Kabiru, and it has produced a lot of officials. And the minister indicated that the current bill seeks to ensure that we have multipurpose campus within the northern region. And the committee, they informed the committee that a new campus will be established at Yendi, which will ensure that we expand the human capital not only in the northern region but across the entire country. Mr. Speaker, committee recommended that we should pass this bill and ensure that we contribute in ensuring that we contribute in producing more graduates for our country. So thank you so much.
Yes, Honorable Shaibu.
Speaker, I'm exceedingly grateful for the opportunity to contribute to the University for Development Studies bill. Mr. Speaker, this bill is just a realignment, actually. I recall that in 2019, when the then Minister for Education brought in two bills to hive off the SD Dombo and CK Tedam universities, campuses in Wa and Navrongo. I recall we had asked that he should just come along with a realignment of the original act, which was the University for Development Studies, of which they were hiving out the two campuses as separate universities. Indeed, it's taken a long time to come, but finally it is here. Mr. Speaker, let me take note that the minister was at a meeting throughout the day, Mr. Speaker, throughout from morning to evening, when your committees deliberated on the key clauses of the bill. And indeed, we found out that realignment was in line with current development as far as the university environment is concerned. Mr. Speaker, it's instructive to note that there are very beautiful and great credentials at the university, even though very young, has couched out for itself. Amongst those, it's ranking third amongst universities in Ghana, second in the public universities, Mr. Speaker. And I can only support that this bill is long overdue and 27,000 students, Mr. Speaker. And given the opportunity, many more will be added. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, it's instructive to note that even as we hive out some campuses, Yendi, which has become the pivot of the northern area, there's going to be a big campus in Yendi. And I think it's good news. So, Mr. Speaker, let me lend my support to the bill, and then I will encourage the House to get this done as quickly as possible. Thank you very much,
Honourable Member. Yes, Honourable Minority
Speaker,
Chief Whip.
I rise to speak in support in accordance with order 167, the second reading of the bill. And Speaker, let me commend the minister. I have taken time to go through the report. Clearly, he deserves a commendation. If you analyze the intent of the bill, what was established before on the ground, and the fact that times have changed, and therefore calls for a due and necessary amendment to reflect what is on the ground. This is what we call leadership. And that is why I encourage members to keep an eye on the education minister. You have to keep an eye on him. I haven't said so. I haven't said so. You should keep an eye on him. And we are not to belabor the point. The need for a centralized institution is important. And then the tenure of the Vice Chancellor of the university, and also collaboration with industry. One cannot couch it better than us has been couched. And Minister, I commend you highly, and I'm sure this House is eager. If you gauge the mood of the House, we are eager to support you to pass this bill into law. And we on this side of the House are ever ready to support you in your other world, not just this one, in your other world as well. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to comment the minister for what I believe is a fantastic job in decentralizing or centralizing actually the university. This is long overdue from where the university has come from to where the minister is taking it, in the future. And I think we should all commend the minister and support this bill for it to go through. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Most grateful. At the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
An act to establish the University for Development Studies and to provide for related matters. An act to establish the University for Development Studies and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the University for Development Studies Bill 2025 is duly read a second time. Yes, Honourable Minister, motion number 3 on the order paper addendum.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move motion number 3, order paper addendum for today. I beg to move page 1. Thank you.
Motion number 3 ably moved. Any seconder? Yes.
I second the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Motion moved and seconded. This is a procedural motion. As many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Motion number 3 on today's order paper is duly adopted. Honourable members, the University for Development Studies Bill 2025 at consideration stage. Yes. Clause 1.
Establishment of the University for Development Studies.
Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, clause 1, there is no advertised amendment.
Honourable members, no advertised amendment. It is, however, for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 1 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Aims of the university. Read again. Aims of the university.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 2, there is no advertised amendment.
It is, however, for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment to clause 2, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 2 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 3.
Campuses of the university.
Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, we have one proposed amendment under clause 3. Amendment proposed: delete subclause 1 and insert a new subclause 1 as follows. The university shall have campuses in Tamale, Nyankpala, Chogo, and Yendi in the northern region. I so submit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minority Leader. You are adding Choco. Very well. Yes, Honourable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, Mr. Speaker, I am very opposed to the enactment of campuses enactment of campuses. Mr. Speaker, I hold a view that we should rather leave it open. You know, if you come to UEW, the university was established. It allows the vice chancellor, the academic board, the university governing council to open as many campuses as possible. What we are doing now is to say that anytime there's a need for a new campus, they should come for an amendment. No, that's what it means practically. Once you enact on campuses, what you are saying is that when they want to add a new campus by law, we are imposing a statutory injunction on them. So, Mr. Speaker, I propose that we delete. Chairman should take a cue and rather abandon the entire clause that has to do with campuses. Because, Mr. Speaker, allow the university to operate. If you're saying that it has its main campus in Tamale, that should be enough. Within main campus in Tamale should be enough. Then leave the establishment of other campuses to the management in consultation with the governing council. Mr. Speaker, I think it's a better way. If the minister would take a cue, why not?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. The minority leader has a point, but if you read 3.3 well, Mr. Speaker, subclause 3, the university may, subject to approval from the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission, establish a campus in any other place that the council may determine. So tomorrow it can be Bimbila, it can be Damongu, it can be anywhere. It is just that, Mr. Speaker, as we said, currently the university as it sits has campuses in Yankpala, Chogu, and Tamale. And there is provision of 500-acre land for a new campus in Yendi. So your fear is captured in 3.3. But we are guided. We are guided. I want to relate to the atmosphere. And if you recall, when government got funding for Somania University, there were changes here. And we're told that, why didn't you provide for it in your law? But that's not the argument today. Subsection 3, Mr. Speaker, cures his fear. I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Bajra. So, honorable members, what I intend doing is to put a question on the chairman's amendment. Then we can come to the issue raised by the minority leader. Then we can accordingly deal with that one before, if there need be, I put a question on the entire clause. So is it in connection with the issue raised by, so let me put a question on the chairman's amendment. As many as are in favor of the amendment proposed by the chairman of the committee, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 3(1), as amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes. Now, minority leader, your issue.
I wanted the chair of the committee to, instead of having all those clauses, clause 3(1), the university shall have campuses in Tamale, Nyakpala, Chogu, and they've now added Yendi. Mr. Speaker, my understanding is that these campuses already exist. Right. If they already exist, then instead of amending to add Yendi, in order not to place a limitation on the university for adding additional campuses in future. Okay, I propose that a new rendition, or perhaps let's further amend the clause 3.1 to read, the university shall have campuses in Tamale, Nyakpala, Chogu, Yendi, and other campuses that the governing council may establish. No, wait. Because of the way you have done this one, you've written 3.3. I've seen a 3.3. That the university may, subject to approval from the GTEC, establish campus in any other place that the council may determine. However, the way you have couched 3.1, you are creating an impression that whenever you want to do this, you would have to come to Parliament. You are creating a room for amendment, that you are not at liberty to set up a campus unless you've come to Parliament. And we don't want to create a problem where people would interpret disjointive interpretation. To you, you say that 3.3 cures my concerns. But 3.1 doesn't cure that mischief, because you've created it as a standalone clause. And it creates the impression that to the extent that you yourself, you are adding Yendi by way of amendment, it means that anytime the university wants to add another campus, although you've stated so in 3.3, the university must come to Parliament to amend to enable it do so. So let's open it, merge the two. I don't know, I think the draft person is here.
Honourable Minority Leader.
Yes, Mr.
If you look at the 3.3, doesn't mean that the university will have to come here.
Mr. Speaker,
the 3.3
please
is saying the university may, subject to approval from the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission, establish a campus in any other place that the council may determine. So it's pursuant to the approval of the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission. Yes, the 3.1 is saying the university shall have campus in Tamale, Nyangpala, Chagu, and Yendi in the northern region. However, if they intend to establish another campus, then the 3 is saying they may do that only with the approval of Ghana Tertiary Commission, not necessarily coming to this particular house. So, Honorable Bajira, let me hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it will be tidier if we have the 3.2 as one. The main campus of the university shall be in Tamale. Then the 3.2 will now be, the university shall have campuses in Tamale, Nyangpala, and Chugu in the northern region, and then you add, subject to approval from the Ghana Education Trust Commission, and establishes campuses in any other place that the council may determine. Just as
Honourable members, with all due respect, if a clause is under consideration, I believe we should finish dealing with that particular clause before there's a proposal for another one. The minority leader is proposing amendment to clause 3.1 as amended. So we have to deal with that one before we come to the 2. Yes?
Mr. Speaker, clause 3.1. I was proposing that I think the minister also added his voice to it, that the university shall have campuses in Tamale, Nyangpala, Chogu, Yendi, and any other place in the northern region where the council deem it fit.
No, you see, when the council deem it fit, that must be approved by Ghana Tertiary Education Commission. So that has been taken care of by 3. Yes? Speaker. I intend to put a question on your proposed amendment.
Yeah. Speaker, what we are doing at this consideration stage is basically making known to the whole world our intent. So, Mr. Speaker, if the chair of the committee's argument is that to the extent that we have clause 3.3, answering the question in 3.1, there would be no problem at all with any interpretation, and that there will be no such requirement for an amendment to clause 3.1 should the university decide to...
Honourable Minority Leader, except to say that this has been a standard provision in most of the university bills that we pass by this House.
Mr. Speaker, you may hear me.
Well, to be on one clause for long, once you propose your amendment, I intend to put a question on your amendment and let the House take decision.
Mr. Speaker, you may hear me, but if it pleases you, I shall resume my seat.
Yes, but if you insist on your amendment...
Mr. Speaker, I resume my seat.
If you insist on your amendment, I'll have to put a question based on your amendment. Or you abandon your amendment. You may make your submission and I'll put a question.
I thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, I have paid attention to the clause 3.1 and then clause 3.3. I was of the view that the two move on disjointive paths. However, having heard the chair of the committee and the minister himself saying that the mischief in 3.1 is cured by 3.3, therefore, there will be no such requirement for an amendment to be pursued should the university decide to establish other campuses outside of what has been stated in the law. Mr. Speaker, my question is answered. I will therefore withdraw my amendment. Thank you.
Very well. Proposed amendment withdrawn. The question therefore is as many as are in favor of clause 3 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Clause 3 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 4.
Award of degrees, diplomas and certificates.
Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment for clause 4.
It is, however, for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 4 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Clause 4 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 5.
University Council.
Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have 4 proposed amendments. Clause 5, University Council. Amendments proposed. Sub-clause 1. Delete paragraph C and insert a new paragraph C as follows. 3 members of the convocation, each representing 1, the professorial staff, II, the non-professorial staff, and 3, the non-teaching staff, nominated in accordance with the statutes of the university. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment it is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, as many as are in favor of the amendment proposed to yes.
Mr. Speaker, originally the C had 2 members of the convocation representing professional and professorial and non-teaching staff nominated by the convocation. And now the C is saying 3 members of convocation each representing. Mr. Speaker, with respect, I want clarity. I mean, this is grammar. I want clarity. Is it therefore the case that professorial staff 3, non-professorial staff 3, what exactly? Because if you say 3 members of convocation each representing, I want to understand the grammar. You know, we are all learning.
Honourable member, on the hand side, state your proposed rendition. Chairman of the committee, state your proposed rendition. Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is not the case that 3 each will be representing
state
the 3.
Your proposed rendition.
3 members of the convocation representing professorial, non-professorial, and the non-teaching staff nominated by the convocation in accordance with the statutes of the university.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr.
so
Speaker.
I have not seen each.
Mr. Speaker, so his new rendition in clause 5C should be clear. What he just read and what he's having here, Mr. Speaker, they disconnect. So just for the avoidance of doubt.
Yes, Minority Leader, you are very right. So each should be deleted from the rendition. You are right. I have not seen the addendum 2. I have now seen the addendum 2. So you are very right.
Mr. Speaker,
you are correct.
I'm grateful.
Yes.
I'm grateful. Mr. Speaker, so the chair should now give us the new rendition.
Very well. Chair, give us the new rendition.
3 members of the convocation representing the professorial staff, non-professorial staff, and non-teaching staff nominated by the convocation in accordance with the statutes of the university. I so move.
Honourable members, I will then put the question on the new rendition. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. Clause 5(1)(c) as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, clause 5, Chairman of the committee. Yes, Honorable Chair.
Mr. Speaker, clause 5B, D, subparagraph 5.
You have amendment on clause 5?
Yes.
Clause 5 what?
Clause 5B, subparagraph 5V. Paragraph D, subparagraph 5, line 2.
Paragraph D. B in Bernard. Honorable Chair, very well. If you look at the other paper, addendum 2, the committee has a proposed amendment on the D. That's the 3rd amendment of the committee. So let the committee chairman move that amendment, and then if you have a further proposed amendment to the new rendition, then you can do so. Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed 5B, paragraph D, V, line 2, delete Students Representative Council and insert Graduate Students Association of Ghana. We saw that there was a repetition of Students Representative Council in V, which should have been for GRASAC, Graduate Students Association of Ghana. I so move.
So what will be the new rendition?
Mr. Speaker, the new rendition will be the postgraduate students of the university nominated by the Graduate Students Association of Ghana. Thank you.
Honourable members, that is the proposed amendment. It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Chair Samuel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the same clause B, paragraph D, sub-paragraph V, line 2, I propose that we delete the Student Representative Council and insert delete the Student Representative Council and insert Graduate Students Association without the of Ghana. No, but of Ghana, but without of Ghana.
Do we have a Graduate Student Association?
Yes.
Different from Graduate Student Association of Ghana?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the other acts that have been established, this is for the Graduate Student Association, and I'm making reference to Act 1026. Making reference to Act 1026. For that one, it talks about Student Representative Council, which has already been catered for, and the Graduate Students Association without the Ghana, because this is an association and other associations can come up and you don't want to tie them to just one association.
What is the marginal note of what you are reading, the act that you are reading?
Act 1026.
Yes, what is the marginal note?
That is for...
Is it the University Council?
The University Council, yes. If you look at for the University Council, Clause 5, University Council, Clause 5, D and D, subclause 5, V. And it says the students of the university elected by the Student Representative Council and the Graduate Students Association without of Ghana. But this one, if you put the of Ghana, you limit it and it can generate litigation in future.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I agree in part with what my respected colleague, Honorable Che, has just said. What I want to add is the fact that if we bring clarity, we avoid situations where there will be various different associations being formed and they competing for the same slot. Currently, we're having problem with some of the governing councils being constituted by the minister, where we have TEWU, some say they are TEWU Ghana. And GTEC has written to the minister saying that they only know of TEWU, but the nominations that came from TEWU Ghana, and TEWU Ghana is not known. That aside, we all know that the SRC always elect a president, and in their own constitution, in the absence of the president, the vice, and so forth and so on. My point is that let, as much as possible, bring clarity to the law we are passing to avoid needless controversies. If we intend to look at the graduate student rep to be the president of the graduate student, we should say so. But situations where we have different associations, like the TEWU Ghana and TEWU, one is with TUC, the other is not with TUC, then we create problem. So, Mr. Speaker, I would want the minister to take this on board so that they can tidy that up. Again, Mr. Speaker, still on this, they themselves have made a new amendment under 5C where they are talking about teaching staff. This one, I'm just giving them heads up. Then you are also again repeating the junior staff and senior staff. Meanwhile, you have non-teaching staff. The non-teaching staff, you've catered for them. So you may have to, pardon?
Well, honorable members, I will repeat that if we are dealing with a particular clause until we exhaust that provision, we don't move to another provision. It is neater if you consider it that way. Honorable members, the question that we'll have to answer is that do we have GRASA, that is Graduate Student Association, and GRASAC as different entities? Because for me, I only hear of GRASAC, Graduate Student Association of Ghana, but I do not know of GRASA. So, Honorable Chair, do you know as a fact that there is an association called Graduate Student Association, or the only association we have is Graduate Student Association of Ghana? It may be an error in that law. If in fact we do not have Graduate Student Association, but the only thing that we have is Graduate Student Association of Ghana.
Mr. Speaker, if you look at the prior clause, it talks about Student Representative Council. It doesn't state Student Representative Council of Ghana. And if you look at all the other university
this
councils,
the slot is being given to postgraduate student of the university nominated by GRASAC. So your point is that in other laws, it is GRASA.
in other law, it
There
just
is
says
no of
graduate
Ghana. Then the question that I am asking for us to determine whether the error is in this law or the error is in the other law, do we have as a fact Graduate Student Association different from Graduate Student Association of Ghana?
Mr. Speaker, in this country, per our laws, there's freedom of association. And our graduate students, today we may have GRASAC, tomorrow
well, we have freedom of association, but this one we are dealing with a matter of facts.
Mr. Speaker.
Specific.
Mr. Speaker.
You are industry player.
Mr. Speaker, if you look at the NUCs, now we have another association that says JUNUST.
No, we are not dealing with any other association. We are dealing with the Graduate Association of Ghana or Graduate Association. Do you know, as a matter of fact, that we have a Graduate Association different from Graduate Association of Ghana? That's the question I'm asking.
Mr. Speaker, as we are talking, all that I know is that there's definitely associations that we have for the postgraduate students. And Graduate Student Association of Ghana might be the one that is existing now. That doesn't mean in the next few days or in the next future, we are not going to have one. And as Mr. Speaker, if we are looking at the renditions that we've had, looking at the renditions that we've had,
Honorable Asama, with all due respect, we make laws based on the known, not the unknown. So if Graduate Association is not different from Graduate Association of Ghana, then no, I'm not bullying. I just want us to establish the fact. Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have just Googled the GRASAC on their website. We have the Graduate Students Association of Ghana is the official mouthpiece of all students pursuing graduate programs in Ghana. So it's of Ghana, not Ghana.
Very well. Very well. Then there is no need carrying a further amendment. As many as are in favor of clause 5.1, item numbered V, as proposed by the chairman of the committee, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 5.1V as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yeah, clause 1DV is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes. Chairman of the committee is still on clause 5.
Mr. Speaker, there is a proposed amendment for I, V, and V. But, Mr. Speaker, we want to stand it down because we have Students' Representative Council. That is what we have, not students.
You are abandoning it,
amendment
or
is stand down.
Very well. Amendment proposed to clause 5, line 4, paragraph D is hereby abandoned. Yes, Chairman of the committee, item numbered V. Yeah, no, we haven't finished.
Mr. Speaker, we have looked at V already.
Very well. Let me put a question on the entire clause 5. As many as are in favor of clause 5 as variously amended, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 5 in its entirety as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 6.
Functions of the council.
Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have a proposed amendment for clause 6. Paragraph L, line 1, delete decision maker and insert decision making body. It will now read, be the final decision making body on matters of discipline in the university. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
All those in favor of the proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Clause 6I, as amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now I'll put a question on the entire clause 6. As many as are in favor of clause 6 standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 6 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 7.
General powers of the council.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no proposed amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 7 standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 7 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 8.
Tenure of office of members of the council.
Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have two proposed amendments. The first one, sub clause 1, line 2, delete 2 and insert 3. It will now read, a member of the council, other than the vice-chancellor, shall hold office for a term of 3 years and is eligible for reappointment for another term only. I so move.
As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes? Yes. Let's. 8. You are on clause 8.4.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. If the
the committee chairman has a proposed, or the committee has a proposed amendment. So allow them to do their proposed amendment so that you can do the further amendment to the proposed amendment. Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Proposed amendment, sub clause 4, line 1, after may, insert in writing to read, the President may in writing revoke the appointment of a member of the Council for inability to perform the functions of that member for stated misconduct or for any other just cause. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Do you have a further proposed amendment?
Yes, Right Honourable Speaker. If you look at the clauses from 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, it always accepts the Vice Chancellor. And so I propose that the 4 also accept the Vice Chancellor by saying that, so the new rendition will read that, other than the Vice Chancellor, the President may in writing revoke the appointment of a member of the Council for inability to perform the function so that it can continue. Because if you look at H1, 2, and 3, it always accepts the Vice Chancellor. This doesn't accept the Vice Chancellor. And so I propose that it accepts the Vice Chancellor from being removed by the President. I so propose.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, the President cannot revoke the membership of the Vice Chancellor. He is appointed by the Council. So he's a Council representative or on a specific appointment. So he cannot be mentioned over here, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, that is why he's saying that the Vice Chancellor should be provided for in clause 4 so that the President can revoke others except the Vice Chancellor.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't cause any harm, so we can do so.
So propose the rendition.
Okay, Mr. Speaker.
What's implied?
Mr. Speaker, I would prefer the mover of the motion move it.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, so my rendition would be that...
But before you move your amendment, the President is the one that appoints everybody as a member. And we think he shouldn't have the power to revoke the appointment as a member. He's not revoking the appointment as the Vice Chancellor, but revoking the Vice Chancellor's appointment. Yes, Honorable Shaibu, do you have anything to say to this?
Mr. Speaker, I humbly think that we should leave it as such. You see, we have talked about consistency, Mr. Speaker. If you take all the university bills that we have done, we have not accepted or exempted the Vice President, the Vice Chancellor from this. And I think it's so implied that other provisions will take care of that. And so the President may, in writing, revoke the appointment of a member of the Council for inability to perform the functions of that member, for stated misconduct, or for any other just cause. I think we should leave it this way, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, on the principle of consistency, I will agree with Shaibu. Because if the amendment is even, apart from the principle of consistency, if your amendment is carried, it will therefore mean that where the Vice Chancellor at the board level misconducted himself, misbehaved, or is otherwise unable to perform the functions of a member, the Vice Chancellor cannot be revoked by the President. Not revoking him as the Vice Chancellor, but the membership of the board.
Mr. Speaker, to be removed as a member of the Council by the President, is that what we intend to do? Because so if that's not what we intend to do, then it's okay to accept him from here.
Yes.
Yes, so that is why, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we accept him, just like we have accepted the Vice Chancellor from clause 1, 2, and 3. If we read carefully, the Vice Chancellor has expressly been accepted.
No, on clause 1, it's talking about the tenure of office. And he said a member of the Council, other than the Vice Chancellor, shall hold office for a term of 2 years and is eligible for reappointment for another term only. The term of the Vice Chancellor is not coterminous with the term of a board member. That is the understanding I'm gathering here. And 2 is saying that where a member of the Council, other than the Vice Chancellor, is absent from 3 consecutive meetings of the council without reasonable cause, the office of the member shall become vacant. Having regard to the work schedule of the Vice Chancellor, this clause is excusing him that for him he can be absent without being removed. And 3 is saying that a member of the council, other than the Vice Chancellor, may resign from office in writing, addressed to the President through the Minister. It means that so long as you remain a Vice Chancellor, you cannot resign from office. That is the meaning I'm also gathering from this. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will persuade my colleague to abandon the amendment for 2 reasons. Best practice and the assumption that the President is a reasonable man. When I say reasonable man, with my experience, even as Minister for Education, these are ex-officio members of council. By virtue of the fact that you are Director General or Vice Chancellor of a university, in the composition of the councils, all we've done is to recognize that the Vice Chancellor is a necessary part of the council by virtue of the office the person is occupying. Now, what you are seeking to do will mean to say that whether the Vice Chancellor does wrong or no wrong, he is protected by law. That would be very difficult to defend.
Yes, that will be problematic.
Yes, we have assured that there's academic freedom, so nobody will interfere with what university councils do. But should there be wrongdoing, there are channels of communication where information will reach the council that currently we are investigating through the councils. You hear use of IGF, internally generated funds. When you hear, you don't want the ministry to be directly involved or even the presidency to be directly involved. You ask the council to pay attention to the use of IGF by the investors. So I'll persuade my colleague in all other University of Ghana Act, the University for Health and Allied Sciences, the UPSA Act, is in the same provision. You will be placing the Vice Chancellor as if they will do no wrong. Yes, they will be protected, academic freedom. Nobody will interfere. You won't hear a president go and announce removing a Vice Chancellor. Due process and normal process will be respected at all times. But we cannot place them that, if you read the ending of the words, for stated misconduct, and a just cause. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, just so we can round things up. I honestly believe that a president given the power to revoke an appointment of a vice chancellor will be inimical to academic freedom, in my view. The vice chancellor is appointed by a council.
Well, thank you very much. You may propose your amendment and let me put a question.
Yes.
Propose an amendment and let me put a question if you still insist.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendment would be that other than the Vice Chancellor, the President may, in writing, revoke the appointment of a member of the Council for inability to perform the functions of that member for stated misconduct or for any other just cause. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I am putting the question on the amendment as proposed by Honourable John Dako, that the Vice Chancellor should be exempted from 4. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The noes have it. The amendment is not carried. Honourable members, I'll put a question on entire clause 8. As many as are in favor of clause 8 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 8 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 9.
Meetings of the Council.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no proposed amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favour of clause 9 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 9 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 10.
Disclosure of interest.
Clause 10.
Disclosure of interest.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment, honourable members? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favour of clause 10 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 10 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 11.
Establishment of committees.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favour of clause 11 standing part of the bill.